Yo, what up, everybody? How you guys doing today? It's good to see everybody joining me here today. I appreciate you guys for coming along and join the family once again. Yo, it has been a minute, and it's good to be back. It's great to be back. I'll be sharing with you guys some updates that have been going on. Um, and also we're just gonna go around and to see what's really happening in Africa. I'll be sharing the link with you guys in the comment section, and I know you guys a lot of things that are going on out there, and you guys can feel free to share with me as well, because I don't just want to come here and read some stuff for you guys, but I want you guys to be able to participate. But I really appreciate for coming back again. It's another beautiful and good day, man. I thank God for giving me this opportunity to come here and to sit here and to have this conversation with all of you guys. I hope you can hear me clearly. I hope you can see me clearly. If you're joining me right now, let me know where you're joining from. Let me know where you're from right now. And we're going to continue to have this conversation. I see, Mariette, she commented a while ago, and she wasn't sure if she's going to join us here today. It's all good. It's all good. Dream Visual say get rid of corruption and public stupidity to be proud of Africa. Someone else here is saying, good evening, Mama Africa, one love. Well, I appreciate for you all who are joining right now. It has been quite a journey, and it has been quite a transition for me as well. For a couple of days, I was, still moving, as I shared with you guys before that I'm always on the run. I'm always on the move. So even right now, I haven't settled yet, but I'm still moving. I'm still moving stuff. I'm still, figuring out with the new home and all those stuff. So there's a lot of things going on, and I haven't been able to settle, even to kind of like to edit a couple videos that I already have. Today, I haven't shared with you guys any video, but likely we're having this live stream. I have a lot of videos with me, and hopefully, I'll get some time to edit and share with you guys. But I've been on the move. I've been on the run. I've been, moving here and there and trying to, figure out, to have a life, you know what I'm saying? Like, cause since I moved back to Africa, I haven't, my bags and everything has been locked. Like I didn't move any clothes. I didn't move any shoes. Like everything was just packed. And that's because I was always moved here and there. But right now, I think I'm going to settle for a while somewhere. So, I'm kind of like unloading, and I'm kind of like putting my life together, turning this house to a home, you know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of things that have been going on. And I believe for the same thing for you guys too. A lot of things have been going on, but I really appreciate that we can have this time to sit down and to have a conversation. I'm just going to go around and pray a little quick, and then I'll begin to share with you guys what I have in my heart. God, I thank you for today. Thank you for this moment. I thank you for those who are joining right now. Thank you for those who will watch this video as well later on. I pray that your wisdom, your grace, your mercy will be with us, God, as we pursue One Africa. I pray that you'll continue to strengthen us, to keep fighting for what is right, and to keep rescuing and saving our people as well, because what we do here is for your glory. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Well, let me say this, guys. There's a lot of fasting season right now. It's going on. I know, Muslim, they're having a Ramadan. So I would say Ramadan Kareem for all Muslim out there. I know Catholic, they're having Quaresma. I would say happy Quaresma to everybody who is fasting as well. I'm not sure about Orthodox. I believe they're fasting as well. This is fasting season for them. So I hope you guys are having a good fasting season. And, Pentecost out there. I know some of you all as well, you're fasting. So I want to wish you all a good fasting season. This is the fasting season for a lot of beliefs out there, or religious group out there. And I think it's a perfect time to actually push, for Africa, push for our families, push for our leaders, push for everything that we do have. Because if it's the fasting season, what else can we do? We can push for Africa, pray for Africa, and all those stuff. It's kind of time that people, they're trying to get close to God. You know what I'm saying? I hope this is like, it has to be like throughout the year, throughout the season, not just one season. You know what I'm saying? It's very important to stay connected all the time with the living God, even though I don't, but it's very important for us to constantly be connected with God. You know what I'm saying? So I hope you guys will continue to push for Africa, pray until something happens, push for a Swahili nation and one Africa, push for what we stand for, push for what we're fighting for, and everything. I want to appreciate for those who are continue to sharing the letter that we wrote, the letter about our heritage. I know a lot of people have been, sharing that, and I've been receiving some requests to share like the PDF file. So a lot of people as well have been, some of the people, I think it's only 2 people have been asking for the PDF file as well to reshare different places. So I want to urge you, everybody out there, guys, please continue to take this letter and share with whoever you can. I mean, whoever you can, because it's very important for us to raise awareness, to raise our voice, about things that matters a lot to us, about our things, about what belongs to us, you know what I'm saying? So it's really important. Someone here said, yes, we are fasting. Ethiopian Orthodox Christian. This is Wasi from Seattle. I hope I will see you someday when you're visiting Washington. Please let me know. Thank you. I appreciate my brother. I don't know if it's my brother or my sister, but I appreciate whenever I come there. I hope I'll stay connected with you. And let me remind you guys, if you want to join a membership, the link is in the comment section. I actually pin all the way to the top. You can join membership, or you can become my Patreon to support what we are doing right now. We might seem quiet a little bit, but there's a lot of things that going on, as I always say. Establishment of the office here in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. A lot of work that are going on behind the scene, preparation for the next trip to another country that is coming very soon. So there's so many things that are going on, and you guys are becoming a members and becoming Patreon. It actually supports for me to continue to push and to continue to do what I can do best. You know what I'm saying? So I want to appreciate that. Yeah. So as you guys have seen the title and everything, a couple of days ago I started this new campaign, Proud African. And that is to remind all of us as Africans that, it's a time for us to be proud with what we have and who we are as Africans. And that language itself, it's a language of uniting all of us together, right? Regardless of your country, regardless of where you are. But when you're hashtagging that I'm proud African, it means you include every single other African out there. Those who are within the continent and those who are outside of the continent. We have some of the people here, for example, Let Live with Mercy from Seattle. Yeah, from Seattle, watching us right now. When you say proud African, she or he is also African. We have somebody else here. I don't know this. I think this flag is it Russian flag? So we have a lot of our people who are outside of Africa. So when we hashtagging Proud African, we include everybody, and all African out there believe that, oh, I am an African too. I'm proud African. So it's a language of unification. It's a language of bringing all Africans together, right? If I hashtag and I say proud Tanzanian, that means I connect with all other Tanzanians out there to say that I am proud Tanzanian. You know what I'm saying? And one of the things that I mentioned before is that one thing that we have to avoid is, for example, for those countries who are struggling with, tribalism and all the stuff, ethnicity, when you're hashtagging your tribe, that means you categorize yourself in this specific type of group, and other people, you're leaving other people aside. And so in a way, we are not creating a one country or one Africa, but we are creating different groups. And for those countries who are struggling with that, it's quite dangerous. And that was my message to my brothers and sisters from Ethiopia, to remind them that, okay, it's very important for you guys to hashtag proud Ethiopian, to hashtag proud African, because that will be an amazing gesture of uniting every single one of you guys out there. I dropped the link in the comment section, guys. If you're here and you want to join me, you want to have a conversation with me, feel free to go ahead and to click, that link down there. We have all the reasons to be proud African. The tagline of that, right now, what I'm working on is I wanna come up with the t-shirts that, it'll be written like proud African, be the change Africa needs. I want to explain a little bit about that, elaborate a little bit about that. Be the change Africa needs. So most of time, a lot of us, we sit down and we complain about change, right? We blame leaders, right? We blame those people who are in authority, and we blame them for not doing anything actually to make change, right? And if you're a worker, you blame your boss that why you're not doing this, right? If you're a customer, you blame a chef, right? Why this food, it has like too much salt, too much sugar, or like too much oil, right? We always tend to do that a lot. But us saying that proud African, be the change Africa needs, it means when you see there's a problem, that means you have a solution to it. Think about that for a little bit. Like a lot of us, we see problem happening in our community, in our societies, and we sit down, we start complaining about the problems that are happening. But the reason why you see problems is because you have a solution. Like if you have the eyes and you have the mind to know that this is the problem, then you have the eyes and the mind to figure out the solution. The reason why God has given us these eyes and knowledge to understand that, okay, there's a problem here, it's because you know that this can be done better. Right? If you have a leader or organization or society or your company and you kind of like, criticize and you see that, okay, something is not being done right, and something has to be done good and right. It's simply because you know the solution of that issue. So, okay, let's slow down a little bit. Maybe you haven't figured out the solution yet. You see the problem, but that should encourage you that, okay, there's a way out of this problem. There's a way out of this issue. So be the change that Africa needs basically means that when we see that there's a problem of leadership, when we see that there's a problem of commitment, when you see that there's a problem of being proud of who we are, it means that you are the solution to change that. So instead of blaming them, it has to be the time for us to start actually acting and making a change and becoming a change. If you don't see that nothing is wrong with whatever you are, whatever you do, if you don't see any problem with that, it means you don't have any solution to that. It means you are satisfied and you are agreeing with whatever that is happening, whatever that is going on. But we want to build a community that will see problem, will understand that there's an issue, there's a problem, and be willing to actually make change to the issues that are happening. And that's why we're saying that be the change that Africa needs. Be change that Africa needs. So instead of sitting down and complaining, instead of sitting down and be like, oh, I wish leaders can do this and that. No, I can start right now to do what I'm supposed to do. For instance, what we're doing here in Swahili Nation in One Africa, a lot of people, they're saying that this is the work that, African Union is supposed to do. This is the work that government is supposed to do. For example, we wrote a letter about, bringing back our heritage. And this is something that our African staff should be doing, you know what I'm saying? But we are playing that part because we don't want to complain and be like, government, you have to write letters. We have to demand for our heritage to come back. We can either do that or we can either do it. So we choose to do it. We're choosing to do it because we want to be the change that Africa needs. Africa needs change. We can all agree that Africa needs change. We can all agree that where we are right now is not where we're supposed to be. I know we can acknowledge that, there's some changes that are happening, but it's too slow. And I do believe that Africa can change even quicker than the way it is right now. And how can we change Africa? How can we transform Africa? How can we transform our education system? How can we transform our technology? How can we transform our industry? How can we be industrialized economy? How can we be one of the best economies in the world? By actually us implementing change, us becoming a change, us as a diaspora coming back home and investing in the country, in the communities, us actually doing something about what we see. And that's how we can transform and change Africa. That's why we say, be the change Africa needs. Because Africa needs change, and change is not going to happen without people. And people, they're not going to change anything without knowing this, that you are the change of Africa. changing Africa, a lot of time we're saying that it will take a time, but it will take a time because people, they need that knowledge. People, they need that understanding. People, they need this message. But all of us, if we have this message and we want to see change, I'm telling you that nothing is impossible, because all of us will stand up and actually bring, that change that Africa needs, and everything is possible. That's why we say, be the change that Africa needs. It's good to see Brother Sadeke here. Let me read your comment. And also, Raymond Music. It's good to see you, my brother. So we need to ask ourselves if we are actually willing to listen to each other. Are we democratic enough to let others speak with freedom without ridicule and insult? Leaders are product of the society. That's very interesting point that Sadeke is raising here right now. But by the way, I miss my brother Sadeke, man. Like, when I was in Ethiopia, I saw Sadeke so many times. Man, I miss you. I gotta see you again very soon, man. I miss my brother right here. All right. Let me break down this Sadeke's comment a little bit. Guys, by the way, the link is in the comment section. If you want to join me for this live stream, you can go through that and we can continue to have this conversation. Be the change that Africa needs. We need to ask ourselves if we are actually willing to listen to each other. All right, let's ask yourself that question right now. Are we listening to each other? I got some criticism about that, Got some criticism a lot of time when I was like, guys, if you're going to do this and this, I'm going to block you. And yeah, some people, they call me dictator, that I'm not willing to listen to one another. But we need to ask ourselves if we are actually willing to listen to each other. Guys, let me ask you guys who are watching here right now. Do you think we're willing to listen to one another? Are we democratic enough to let others speak with freedom without... Exactly. I think one of the things that a lot of us are struggling with is patience, right? Especially when someone is talking something that I'm not agreeing with, or something that I think is ridiculous. We are very impatient to wait until this person finish, or like sharing his or her point. Most of the time, we just cut each other up. But I think that's why I say this, tagline of One Africa is a conversation for a better Africa, or a better tomorrow. That's the tagline for One Africa. And why is a conversation? Because it's not an interview, it's not anything else, but a conversation, because a conversation is something that two people, or three, or four, or five exchange. They exchange. Like I speak, you speak. Or that's a conversation for a better Africa. Because I do believe that in order to have a better Africa, we need to begin with a conversation. That's where we need to begin. When you have conversation, you're going to have some issues that will be brought up, and you're going to have a reconciliation. And like everything begins with a conversation, with a communication for a better Africa, or a better tomorrow. And, during that process of conversation, then you basically need to be willing to listen to one another, no matter how hard it is. I mean, it's very important. I think it's very important, the point that you're raising here. And it might not bring change right away, but the fact that two people from two different countries, or two different backgrounds, or two different tribes, or two different age, whatever it is, two different people having a conversation, listening to one another and continue to conversate, then the change is happening. The change is happening, because right now, maybe we don't even have a chance to sit down and to talk with one another and to have a conversation. Maybe we're not willing to do that. Maybe we're not willing to do that. And so it's almost impossible to have change if you're in that kind of environment, or that kind of society. So it's very important for us to remind ourselves. Hi, Mika, how are you doing? I'm doing great. And the question that we can ask ourselves by seeing that be the change Africa needs is, how can I be the change? How can you be a change? How can I transform Africa with what I have, with the talent that I have, with the calling that I have, with the job that I have, with the passion that I have, how can I transform? And I think I've given you guys too much hints, in that question, because if you ask yourself, how can I be the change that Africa needs, then you have to look on, that perspective. For example, if you are, you're a worker like Sadeki, right? He's a doctor. He's a doctor. That means every single day. By the way, I gotta give credit this to Sadeki, because I know it's a job code, like for a doctor care for their patients, but when I was in Ethiopia, I've witnessed how much my brother, he cared for his patient. He cared for his patient so much, so very much, that one day I had to leave him alone because he was actually connecting with his patient, and he had to be there and had to leave away for him to continue to do his work. And that is how for us we can be changed. Like if I am in my job perspective, like if I'm a doctor, I'm taking care of my patient, then I can do that, And if I have a talent of speaking, a talent of singing, a talent of doing whatever. I remember when I was in Korea, for me, I sing, I play piano and guitar. I remember I used to visit a hospital. I used to go to a hospital, and this hospital it's one of the biggest hospitals in Korea, called Yonsei Severance Hospital. When you go there, let me show you guys here on the screen, just to give you Yonsei Severance Hospital. Let me show you guys here. This is the hospital. I used to go here when I was in Korea. Be the change that Africa needs. How can you be the change that Africa needs? How? And this is one of the ways that you can be. And let me show you guys. Even with your talent, you can actually be the change with your talent. So it's one of the biggest hospital there. And it's very popular hospital when you come to, cancer and all those kind of disease. They have a cancer center and all this stuff. So you guys can search it out on the internet. This is one of them. Let me show you guys here. Okay, I believe you guys can see. So this is just some of the campuses that they have there. But so yeah, so I remember I used to go here, Yonsei Severance Hospital. And, as I said, I sing and I play guitar. So I used to go there with my guitar and to sing for patients, for people who were struggling and battling with cancer, because you cannot really do anything. So I used to hold my guitar to go there to play. We have a couple pictures. Maybe I'll be able to show with you guys. I don't know if I can find them here, but we used to go there, and doctors and some people who are taking care of the patient and patient as well, they just used to listen and to enjoy what we do, right? So it can be seen as a very small thing, but it's a very big thing for someone who is suffering and struggling something. So if I have a talent, I can actually use my talent to make change in my community, in my society, in my country, in this beautiful continent of Africa. And that's how we can actually, bring about change. All right, if I have money, if I'm in diaspora, I want to come back home and do something and support, I can always come back home and invest and do something that can actually transform the country or the continent. You always have people that will be there ready to be employed. You provide employment to the society. You provide service to the society. And all this stuff, they bring about change to the community, to the society. And that's how we can be changed that Africa needs. You see, the very question that you can ask yourself is what Africa needs. We all agree that Africa needs good leadership. Africa needs more investment that will benefit Africa, investment that will give jobs. In Africa, more than 60% youth under 25 years old. That means we have a huge number of people, young people, who are not employed. Of course, we want to encourage people to employ themselves, but at the same time, we want to have people who can actually be employed. And so there's a big need for us to create more business, create more companies, create more opportunities for this population of 60% of young population to actually have something to do for their lives. Because if we don't have that, then you have a lot of beggars on the street. You have a lot of people who are doing robbery all the time. You have thieves on the street. There's a big risk. Every blessing comes with, some challenges and, all those stuff. So this actually can be a time for, diaspora to come back home, invest in the country, and support this a huge number of population of young people who they actually are not working and they don't have job. That's how we can also be the change that Africa needs. Let me read a couple questions here, comments, and there's a link in the comment section. If you're available, guys, join that, and let's continue to have a conversation. Patience is what our continent lacks. Not only in conversation, but Africans have to appreciate the small things and small progresses in infrastructure. All right? We need more year of return initiatives all around Africa. Yeah, I think the first one that I saw, it was the president of Ghana. He announced that a year of return for all Ghanaians. And it was a wonderful time. I remember even, Steve Harvey, he went back to Ghana. A lot of people that went back to Ghana that I never realized that they were Ghanaian, actually. And then we had, Ethiopia. And a lot of people came, thousands and thousands of people, went there. And even when I was there, I met a lot of diasporas in Ethiopia. And I think a lot of African countries, we should have this program, exactly as Abo said. We should have a year of return, the time in a year, if you're in diaspora from any country in Africa, I think it's very important to set time aside, if you're available, to come back even once in a year or once in 2 years, come back home and actually give back to the society. There's so many ways of giving back and so many ways of giving change. One of the change, for example, one of the things that I am doing right now, like here where I'm doing right now, is we call this mindset investment. This is mindset investment right now. There will come a time when we'll go to a mission. For example, I've been in Ethiopia, so that was actually doing something, right? But right now, what we're doing, having this conversation, there's so many great conversations that will be coming up. I'll have conversation with some African YouTubers. I'll have some conversation with doctors. I just announced a couple of days ago that I need a psychologist, somebody who can deal with mental disorder, someone who can come here and share with us. I've already found one person that will come here and share with us very soon. She's a doctor, a lady from Zambia, if I'm not mistaken. And also I'm contacting another doctor, psychologist that might come here and speak with us. And why we are doing this, we're doing this because we have a lot of countries in Africa that have been affected by a war, and we need to reconciliate within one group and another group. And I think if we have someone expertise who can come here, and share from scientific perspective of how this mental disorder happened and all this stuff, I think it will help us to understand each other even better, and also to start a process of reconciliation. So I wanna encourage everybody here, please stay tuned. I think I share this. I think I share this on YouTube. Let me see if I share, because if I didn't, then I'm gonna share it right away. Oh no, I didn't share. But yes, we're gonna have somebody who will come here and share with us about that, and it's gonna be amazing. We're just gonna have some time to share. A psychologist and someone who is very knowledgeable about the let me see here the specific message. Yeah, so this is about psychologists and post-traumatic stress disorder. All right, post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. We have in our countries in Africa, so many countries that have been affected by a war, and I have to believe that there's a lot of post-traumatic disorders, PTSD, that people are struggling with and are suffering from. And instead of going to schedule like a time and to pay some money to get that knowledge, I think we're gonna have somebody here. We're gonna have professionals who will come here and share with us. So please stay tuned. That program is coming soon, and so many other conversations, and that will help us to get to understand one another even better. So please, yeah. So I was talking about diaspora to come back and to invest, and you can find, sometimes once in a year, twice in a year, once in 2 years. I think it's very important to come back and to, to help, the continent, to help the continent. Let me see exactly the time, because this can be beautiful moment to actually announce when this is going to happen. So one doctor that is already available, she mentioned that she'll be able to do this probably at the end, pretty much at the end of this month, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere on Saturday. So I'll come here and guys share with you very soon when we're gonna have that session. You know, yeah, Sadek is saying here mental health is the key. It's very important. And I think you know, having this first doctor and as well another doctor that I'm communicating with, he hasn't replied to me yet, so I'm still waiting for his reply. Hopefully I'll have his reply very soon. But what I can say for now is that, and I think let me share here in the comment section so that if you guys, you know, you can connect me with someone. So let me share with you guys here so that you can connect me with someone here. All right. So this is the announcement here, guys. If you know anyone, family, I'm looking for psychologists or trauma counseling experts who will be interested in sharing on live stream about post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, especially amongst conflict-affected regions. I've already found one, and we're gonna have a session with that, you know, one doctor here, and I'm looking forward to have more. We can have, you know, more, like as many as we want, you know what I'm saying? So if you know anyone that might be interested, please connect to that person with me. You can DM me on Instagram, Mika Chavala, or on Twitter, Mika Chavala, or on email, oneafricaofficial@gmail.com. All these different platforms, you can email me, you can do that, and you can connect me with them, and I'll be very grateful. We're going to have those conversation a lot. Very soon we'll start to have conversation because I just wanted to settle down a little bit to find a place that I can call home and to be able to do this like freely, you know what I'm saying? Like when you're not home, you know, it's kind of hard to do this. But right now I'm, you know, kind of settled and I'm trying to, you know, organize my stuff and make this house a home. So, you know, I think I'm ready to go. I think, you know, starting from this weekend, we might have a conversation with one YouTuber. And yeah, and we're going to keep having a lot of conversation, you know, in the days to come. So please let me know if you know anyone that is a psychologist or someone here. Yeah, please. Mondates, it's good to see you, man. It's good to see you. You know, there's a link in the comment section. If you want to come in, please, you can join me. Yeah, and we're going to deal with that. We're going to deal with that. We're going to deal with the trauma. We're going to deal with that. And, you know, it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard. I think one thing that I realized us having this conversation has been, I've heard this before, you know, from Sadeke. Brother Sadeke shared with us that, you know, back in the days when things are getting kind of tough in his country, here in Swahili Nation, and watching the reaction videos that I was doing, it was kind of like a way for him to escape from the noises of and issues that were going on, right? So he would just come and watch the reaction video and, you know, like feel good about everything. And I realized that a lot of people, they actually come here to speak their mind. You know, a lot of people are stressed with what's going on in Africa. A lot of people are losing hope. The other day I was talking here that, guys, please do not lose hope. A lot of people, they want to give up. A lot of people, they give up. I know those people, right? They don't want to hear this anymore. Even a lot of people, they give up in One Africa too. That, you know, this is just a dream. It's an idea. Mika, you are an idealistic. This will never happen. You know, I know you're an idealistic. You're passionate. You are a spiritual guy, but this will never happen. So people are giving up. But why don't we take another approach? Why don't we take all approach, actually? So having a scientist who will come here, people who will help us to figure out, you know, how can we deal with these issues conflict-based, conflict-affected regions, how can we connect our two people? How can we connect two different tribes that don't want to look at each other, don't even want to talk with one another, don't even want to hear about each other? You know what I'm saying? How can we do that? And it's going to help us. So this is going to be like a lecture. And I'm really excited, guys. We have a couple questions already that, have been prepared, and we'll be sharing with these doctors, so that when we're having this conversation, this will be, it will be very organized. You know what I'm saying? It will be very organized in the sense that we have the questions prepared about this topic, and we'll have this conversation with the doctor, and these are kind of questions that they'll be, going ahead and reply. For example, for instance, like a couple questions that we're going to be having them. For example, talk briefly about trauma. What is trauma? Like, what is trauma and how does it happen? You know what I'm saying? Importance of addressing traumas at different stages in life. That is both at the individual and community level. Like those kind of questions, Explain to us what is post-traumatic stress disorder. Because sometimes you might be going through PTSD and you don't even know what the heck is PTSD. You don't know that you're actually going through something. And if you don't know a problem, then you cannot solve an issue, Knowing the problem is the first step, towards, bring about solution to that problem. Best way to manage PTSD in society that we have encountered, years of aggression, all those. So there's so many different questions that we have that it's going to be very interesting to talk about this. And if you know anybody, please connect me with them. Let me read some comments here. Sam it's good to see you. Shout out to the members, by the way, in the house. Pi, I appreciate you for your support. Sam, I appreciate you guys for the support. For those who are not members yet, the link is in the comment section. Please, you can join and become a member. I say trauma can be carried through DNA or some sort of nervous system function. We're going to figure out. And you're going to talk about that, and we're going to realize that. I have my brother here in the line. I'll put him in very soon. Regmon Music say, Mika, are you familiar with the work Mark Meets Africa is doing in Tanzania, Swahili Nation? I've heard about it, and I really want to get connected with this person. I think it would be amazing to have a conversation. I haven't seen any of his work yet, but some people, they told me that they was sent to me something. So if you know anything, please connect me with. All right, my brother, I have my brother here on the line. I'm gonna put him in. Mwenda Tezi, my brother, it's good to see you. It has been a minute. Welcome back, brother.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, my brother. How are you, Mwenda?
I'm fine, man. I just wanted to say hi to the family, the people, Yeah,
yes.
This trauma thing is real in Africa. In Africa, a lot of traumatized people. We don't take mental health as seriously as we should. I've noticed that all over Africa. I think it's like a taboo topic, So yeah, maybe it'll be a very good conversation to just break those walls, especially the men, I feel like men in Africa, there's a huge need for that talk about mental health, because we are taught not to talk about our mental health. We're taught to ignore it, that our role is to the African man's role, that man, so to take it like I would take it on the chin, and just move. So you find a lot of men, especially I can just say maybe in Kenya here, a lot of men cracking, and just doing crazy stuff because of mental health issues. And also I'm sure now you can only imagine now in a war zone, we talk about even brothers in South Sudan. I've seen people, South Sudanese. I think a brother from Canada, is it Rich? He showed us a video of a South Sudanese child soldier in Canada having a mental breakdown or something and getting shot. So yeah, it's really a huge issue, especially for those in war zones, because war is another level of trauma that I can only imagine. I can only
Yeah.
imagine. 'Cause yeah. So yeah, I think it would be a very interesting conversation, especially from an African doctor who can give us, you know, you can give us a perspective that maybe we have never had before.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Man, I really appreciate Mwendatezi, man. Yeah, this will be an amazing conversation, and I think it's the time for us to talk about it. As you say, we don't really have this what like tendency of talking about issues we're going through. You point out very well. Like, man, for me, I had so many conversations with my dad because he's kind of guy that even when he's sick, he's too sick, he don't say anything. You know, like he might be dying inside and he's not saying a thing. He's not opening his mouth or saying anything. But these days, I mean, things have changed after a lot of talks. But definitely, this is something that we need to be informed that it's very important for us to deal with this, and it's very important for us to be talking about this.
Yeah, yeah, bro. Like if you look at even if you just look at the statistics, like when it comes to mental health, suicides are on the rise, man. If just something like suicides, if you just check out the statistics in Africa, suicide is on the rise in Africa. So you find that
Yeah,
a lot of young people also are getting affected. This
yeah,
people don't know this. I know we are used to being dramatic, but also poverty can be very traumatic too. Poverty is not a
exactly.
so, I'm because I'm really interested and to hear what the doctor talks about. Maybe
Mm,
we'll be given a chance to ask our questions, because
mm,
yeah, man, this is a very huge topic in Africa. I just see it all
yeah,
the time. I just saw a
yeah,
video, even in South Africa. Pastor Ezra, maybe he could tell us. I saw a video of South Africans, and they,
mm,
it's not easy. Africa is not an easy place sometimes. As you can say, some people can lose hope, but also, the good thing about this hope is, all you need is just a win, and everybody is back and energetic. That's what I see in Africa. I just see, if you look at maybe countries that like Malawi. There was a
mm,
time here, there was a brother of ours, I don't know, I've forgotten his name, but he was from Malawi. He was a very good contributor. They were looking hopeful. They were just, after voting or kicking out their president or something like that. And all of a sudden there was a lot of hope in the nation. So sometimes even in Africa, sometimes just a small win also can be great in the mental health. So I know, to those who are saying, "Oh man, you can't do it. It's just it's hopeless." I know, I understand them. All they need is just a win. These are people who want to hope, man. All they need is just a win, and you can just reignite that fire. So yeah,
mm,
that's really very interesting topic. I'm looking forward to what mental health, because yeah, man. Personally, I've seen that this is
mm,
one of those issues, that those silent issues that just in Africa are suffering, and nobody's talking about it. Because even in Uganda, man, look at the alcohol use in Uganda. One of the biggest, people are drinking alcohol the whole day, and
mm,
it's like, is it what? Is it moonshine? The one that is just created right there. The alcohol that is just made there, and you just drink it there. Find
mm,
it's a pandemic. So, you know.
mm,
So yeah,
mm,
man, this really, it's a huge topic. I think it's a huge topic in Africa. You can just point at any African country, and they'll tell you their stories. It's a huge
mm,
topic that we really need. I don't know, maybe I don't know, guidance and counseling. I don't know what type of systems are in place for people like that. Even in Kenya, I mean, we have police
mm,
officers killing themselves and killing their families, shooting their families and themselves. These are things that are it's crazy. It's crazy, man. People are suffering. Not, you might think, oh man, because they are the police, or maybe because you feel that maybe they're doing well or something. No, people are having some struggles. So yeah, I think I'm ready to hear how we can solve these issues, or how you can tackle these issues from the good doctor from Zambia, or is it hard to say? So yeah, really.
Yeah. This is amazing. It's amazing when it is. Somebody came here on the live stream, by the way, and ran away. Well, if there's anyone here or you want to come and contribute as well, feel free to come and to join us. It's amazing. I'm sending just a message to someone here about this live stream. Actually, this is the doctor. Just a second. Yeah, so guys, it's very important, in the title, I wrote before what's going on in Africa. And just right now, I had to add, trauma and PTSD. And on the thumbnail, I just put the new thumbnail there called mental health. I think this is something that we never spoke about. I mean, we never spoke as a as a as a as a topic, right? We never had a chance to sit down and to talk about it as a topic, talking about mental health. But it's the key, and it's very important. And when you look at Africa, when you look at what Africa has been through during colonialism, after that, up to now, we will all agree that if you look at the word trauma, I think the doctor will come and explain it very well. But if you look at the word trauma, then you realize that Africa has been through that a lot, like again and again and again and again and again, traumatic experiences. Almost not almost, like all the countries in Africa has been going through that. And some of the countries, even right now, are going through that. To the point where when you go to other locations in Africa, people, they got used to war. People, they got used to that kind of life. They don't know what it means to be at peace. They don't know. They don't know what it means they don't even know the meaning of love. It's because every time it has been just, fighting, killing, and it's that kind of life, and migrating from one place to another place. And you have no idea how much this does to a human brain. I'm not an expert in brain, but we'll have some expertise here. Man, we'll have everybody. If you know everyone, if you know like a brain doctor or something, connect us with. You can come here and talk about what's happening in the brain of a little kid or a human being when something bad is happening. You know what I'm saying? We can have those lectures. We can have those conversations. I think now we have to take this conversation into the next level. You know what I'm saying? Conversation that you will sit down, you have your pen, and you'll be writing down, because you'll get a lecture, free lecture. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna make those moves. I'm gonna make sure that I knock to every single doctors I know to come here and to talk to us about these issues. We met this one kid, one kid when I was in Ethiopia, and I had a conversation with him. I'm not gonna say which ethnicity is coming from, because that's not important. But we're having a conversation with this little kid. He's a little kid. He has 8 years old, only 8 years old. This guy, we asked him, and I share this story with you. We asked him that, hey man, who do you want to become when you grow up? And he said this. He said, I want to become rich. I said, why do you want to become rich? He said, I want to have a lot of money, and I want to buy a plane, my private jet, and I want to go to that place, to that region, and I want to kill every single one of them. This is a little kid saying that I want to become rich because this is what I want to do. I cried when I heard that story. I cried. I lose my shit at that moment, and I cried. And this is because this is 8 years old kid, right? And when you hear the stories of what happened in 8 years, he's only 8 years old. When he was 1, when he was 3, he didn't know whatever that is going on. When he was 3, he didn't know. 4, 5, 6, he started to but his entire life for 8 years has been through hell. And that's what he knows. And right now, as I'm saying right now, he's living on the this, what is, I think it is UNDP, tent, right? He don't have a home because his home has been destroyed. He lost a lot of relatives because it's been killed. So 80 years old kid, he has been going through this traumatic experience. These are kind of kids that even when you beat them, they don't cry. Whatever that happens to them, like they got used to what is going on to the point where they don't know what it means to smile. They don't know what it means to have a joy. They have no idea. This is little kid that cried, wept, and they don't cry it anymore. And it's just 8 years old. So this kid will turn to 20, will turn to 30 one day. What is he gonna do if this is the experience that he's going through right now as he's this small? These are traumatic experiences that our people are going through, and we're wondering why we're not moving forward, because as we keep running, as days are keep going, like the only thing I want to do as this little kid, the only thing this little kid is want to do is revenge to what has happened to his family, to what has happened to his country, to what has happened to his region. I want to do revenge. And we have a lot of people like that in our continent. So if we do not talk about mental health, if we do not talk how are we dealing with this traumatic experience that we do have, that we're going through, if we do not focus on that, if you're not going to invest on that more than anything else, then I'm afraid that our next generation is not going to do anything better, because the only thing they want to do is revenge, because that's what the current generation wants to do. When you ask people right now, they're like, no, these people, they did this and this to us. This country has done this and this to us. And so it's the same thing. Like it's the same thing is happening again and again, and we're not moving forward. We're not seeing change, because every single generation just want to pay back for what the old generation has done to them. We're not going to reach where we want to be. It's a time to have this conversation. That's why we're bringing this conversation of mental health today. And me for here, guys, we're just preparing a stage for that conversation with doctors that will be having, in the coming days very soon. Hey, it's good to see Tanzan in the house. Appreciate seeing you here. Tanzan, are you a doctor? Maybe we can have you here as well, sharing your knowledge. And it's good to see Tanzan. She's a member as well. I appreciate it. It's always amazing to see our members in the house. Yes, I'm going to tell you. Do you have anything? Guys, if you're there and you want to come in and you want to contribute, the link is in the comment section. Please come and speak. Monetezi?
Yeah, I'd like to, let me even pass also my greetings to the people in the chat,
Yes.
I'm seeing, it's been a while since seeing a lot of these familiar people, talking here. Also, if you have also something to contribute, maybe you have a specific trauma that maybe you want to talk about or something, maybe you can put it out here. Because me, I can talk about trauma all day, man. Because I've been seeing this. I've been seeing this, like, for real, man. I think this is something I see every day. I see even in Africa, and I'm telling you, it is just all of Africa. There is no African country that is not affected by this. I can tell you for sure. Because sometimes even I discover traumas that I didn't even know were traumas, but they were, because the other day I was told that there is this trauma about bad governance, that in Africa we don't have good governance. And the same way you're telling me, but people who have never seen joy, most of us, we've never seen good governance, and we know when we have just accepted it. And but in our minds and in our hearts, we are traumatized. We feel, even we are like, our systems, but in our hearts, our minds say, nah, something is right. We are traumatized. Even in Kenya right now, we have huge voter apathy. People don't want to vote. People are just not looking to vote right now, and that's a form of trauma. It's like, if you ask him, we argued here with my brother Biggie. Biggie was the chief. He was saying he's a real adamant believer in voting, which is good. But then I told him that people here, when your body has this reflex that even if you can say, everything is good, you can be hopeful, but your body, it has this reflex, it has this memory that, no, last time you voted and it didn't work out, last time, the other day you voted and it didn't work out, or look at how the Western, we talk about the West all over a lot of times in one Africa. You can see how when they get their way with us, that's also traumatizing. That somebody's will from outside is imposed on us. That is, and there's also this generational trauma that comes from. In fact, my brother from Tanzanians. I was in a Tanzanian group, and they were talking about what is it? The punishment. Is it? I forgot the name. Is it corporal punish? They punished him. I don't know what the name of it. It's is it corporal? Is it cardinal? Is this punishment where they use physical pain? Was it? I've forgotten the name. Maybe somebody in the
Oh,
chat room can. Is it?
oh
I
yeah,
forgot.
me too. I can't recall.
Yeah, is it? I don't know. Is it? I don't know if it's corporal or it's not corporal. It has a name. I've forgotten the name. But the
Mm.
ones where they came new and something like that, they were it was they were speaking in Swahili and they were explaining this thing in such a way. I was like, oh my God, these guys have opened my ears. It was a Tanzanian child, they're talking about the history. That is this really an African practice, or are we using it out of? Is it corporal? Yeah, it's corporal. It's corporal. Pani Maria Antoinette said corporal. So yeah,
Mm.
is it really an African practice, or is this a result of trauma? And they were saying it in Kiswahili, but it really opened my eyes. Like, yeah, is this really African? Did we used to cane our children before colonize, or is this just something we took from our colonizers, that they were doing it to us, and now we are doing it to our own children? So you find that, yeah, this story of trauma. I like more music. This story of trauma. This story of trauma. It is deep. It cuts deep. It cuts deep, and sometimes you can look at it through our own behavior. Through our own behaviors, you need to really check yourself. You really need to understand why do you do the things you do, because sometimes you might be traumatized and you just don't know. People, like when you say people who don't even know joy, and they don't know that then this is not normal, that this is not healthy, this is like toxic behavior, but you don't know because that's the only thing you know. So you behave the way you are. The way you are mistreated is how you mistreat others, not knowing that this is just a toxic cycle you're part of. So sometimes it's also good to be told, good to get your eyes open, that hey, this is not right, this is not doing well for you, this is not doing well for your society. you know like the other day we were, is it like last year, I think, when when the war was just 1 year old with Ethiopia, and I was telling my brother, the brain, that hey, this is a useless war. That was what I was thinking, because look at because I was looking at, hey, it might even finish today, but that trauma is not going to finish today. That trauma is just now there, you know and to deal with it is hard. And I was like saying, it was not worth it. It's not this generation. I rather, sometimes I feel like maybe Africans, we should not be quick to be militant. A lot of people in one Africa, I see, we are very militant. And that is also sometimes, I suspect, coming from a place of trauma, especially
Yeah.
from those in our diaspora who feel the trauma of racism direct.
Mm.
So you find that even when they talk in one Africa here, there's a lot of militancy in their tone. They are really militant. You find that this is also coming from a place of trauma. You like, yeah, you can tell that this is somebody who has been traumatized by these people, and now is looking to get back at them. And that is the tone they have even when they talk about Africa. And when you maybe disagree, maybe they call you misinformed or something. But sometimes we really need to check ourselves and understand where we really need to self introspect. Really, that's what I'm trying to say, that sometimes we need to judge our actions and say, hey, this thing I'm trying to do, when we go to war, are we is it really worth the trauma? Because sometimes I feel like I don't like the let me give an example of maybe East Africa.
Mm.
East Africa community. We have not really experienced war, like maybe Uganda has, but other us here, we what we experience is probably bad governance, and we don't really, we have been accused of being docile. you know we have been really accused of being docile, especially here in maybe Kenya, maybe even Tanzania. We are told we are just too kind, or we are just. But then I realized something. Maybe there is our elders. We were talking about Methali the other day with Tanzan. And the Wahenga. A lot of their wisdom is always being very kind, being very conservative, don't be quick to fight, things like this. Then I realized that maybe where is the wisdom here? Because I think maybe they're trying to prevent this trauma of war. Because now, like, look at our brothers in the Horn, man, like Ethiopia, man. You had, like, there was this just one opportunity to have a generation that has not experienced war. That was just like, it's gone now. But there was an opportunity over there that have a generation of Ethiopians that have not experienced the trauma of war, and it could have been a very interesting something to observe, like, how will they act, how will they, like here in Kenya, even in Tanzania, sometimes we are accused that we don't remember colonization, that there's a generation of Kenyans who don't even remember that colonization, or what happened to them, and I see some people mad at them, but sometimes I'm like, is this a good thing or is this a bad thing? That's what I always wonder, because a generation of Africans who just don't remember colonization, they're just in their own thing. They are just doing their own thing. They have no idea what it feels like to be colonized, or to be to be subjected to such things, or to remember, to have those memories. So the way even they behave is just in their own world. And then sometimes I wonder, maybe this is a good thing. Maybe this is what our forefathers wanted. Maybe this is, so I don't know. It's a lot of things. You can go in a rabbit hole, just go deep into it. But really, it's just there's a lot of thinking to be done.
Wow. Mondatezi, I just want you to keep talking, because you are sharing a lot of interesting stuff here. And as I'm waiting, anyone to join here, I want to read, some comments here. Maria Antoinette, please come and join us as well. Maria Antoinette, she's a very interesting person, and I would love to hear her saying something about this topic here. So I cannot wait. Let me read a couple of questions here. Not questions, some contributions. Some say sad from 0 to 7, a very crucial time of the development of every human being, perhaps the most important time. Ladies say, if you want to see some change, we need to respect each other in all aspects. Africa are tired of, okay, that was about voting. Actually, usually they know they are just so stuck that their body forces them react in a pattern. I think that's the one that you're talking about. So, Nana say, look at South Africa. From their behavior, you can conclude that they have been traumatized. What kind of behavior are you talking about, Nana Dream? Because we have His Excellence Ezra here. He has an amazing behavior. I don't know what kind of behavior you're talking about. Just be specific a little bit so that I may understand. People that have been traumatized are sometimes violent towards each other. That's true. I agree with that. Lord Monetezi, don't call us out. Just kidding. It's all good. Simple things are blow. Yes. So, guys, if you have any contribution about this, it's very important for us to have this conversation and to hear your contribution as well. And Monetezi said he had a lot of things to talk about this. Feel free to continue to share your knowledge about this, because yeah, this is very important conversation, and I'm glad that we are here to talk about this, and this is just the beginning. We're going to tackle this topic as much as we can, and I'm going to try to find as many people as we can that we can talk about this and help one another. If you guys are watching here and you have something to talk about this and you're not showing up and share something with the rest of people here, man, it's not cool, because you never know. We have some people watching here, and maybe some of us, we might be going through the same thing, PTSD. We might be traumatized with different things. It's not just a war, but there's a lot of things going on. And maybe your insight will help somebody who is watching here today. And let me encourage people watching, don't be selfish. Copy this link and share with somebody. If there's a groups, copy this and share. If you have social media, copy this and share. Raise awareness, raise a word, and tell somebody. I told you guys that YouTube have been censoring what we're doing here, so maybe even this one, it's not being shown, to a lot of people out there that is out. So please, you can copy this link and raise awareness, like, comment, share, and help many people to get, this message. Monetize, you can keep on going, my brother.
Yeah, I think Nana Dreams is talking about xenophobia. I think that is when you talk about when I hear South African, usually that is usually the trending topic, which is true, man. Yeah, I just saw a video about, is it the Afrikaners? They have they have their own town where they only allow themselves to only white people to enter that town, and that's happening in 2022, So, yeah, like I said, poverty can be traumatizing, man. Poverty can traumatize. I've seen people, I don't know, maybe I've seen such characters, people who will do anything to not to just get out of poverty. These guys are running away from trauma. It's just traumatizing.
Oh, yeah.
It's on.
Mm.
They say, I don't know who said it, but they say poverty is also, is it I've forgotten the name? Is it an act against humanity or something like that? It's not supposed to be. It's something that is not supposed to happen, because if you look at the resources of the world, just look at the resources of Africa. We're not supposed to be poor, we're supposed to have everything, but yet we have poverty. So it's really an inhumane act against, I've forgotten the name. Is it a human right? It's a denial of human rights or something. There was something very nice and fancy that somebody said, talked about poverty. That, yeah, like I said, man, South Africa, with our prayers. I understand. I know why some, like I said, I've just seen some videos from South Africa, like uh, crying, bro. Like, South Africa is a beautiful place, but you find that there are guys who just doing anything to get out of poverty. They'll just commit crimes on highways. I just saw a video of just South Africans just getting, some South African gangsters or something, I don't know, in a highway, just attacking people in a highway, random, just taking people, then going back to the slums, and you like, whoa, and just so, and there's just a very good surveillance camera over there. In fact, it was a very interesting topic. Somebody was talking about how in Africa we build all this infrastructure because we think infrastructure is development. Then now you have a place like South Africa where there's a lot of these beautiful roads and beautiful infrastructure, but then you've got people who are not living in proper conditions. So it's looking out of place. You have like, oh man, it's such a beautiful road. You might think it's in Europe. Then you find some Africans over there, attacking people on highways, just robbing people with guns or something. One of them almost got run over and started limping away. So it's really, yeah, man. It's really crazy. You know, it's not only South Africa, man. It's even just all of Africa, even West Africa, even Nigeria. And let's not even talk about women. The other day there was this conversation about women's hair, black women's hair. There's a trauma over there, even here. There should be a lady, maybe an African lady can come and tell us about the trauma of black women's hair. Here it's very huge in the diaspora. Is there anybody? And Adrian is saying, even in America, you can tell from the behavior of some of our people they have been traumatized. Or South Africans have been abused for a long time. They have experienced trauma by their colonial masters. Yeah, I was having this argument with a brother, an African American, where even in South Africa they seem to be in the same predicament, where how the Israelites as soon as they had a chance to get away from their slave masters in Egypt, they ran away immediately. They immediately left. They didn't want. And so I can just, so I can just imagine just living with your former slave masters. It's just, that's just all sorts of awkward. So I understand the tension, the racial tensions in America. I understand them. Like, yeah, it's just when you look at, I don't know how. I'm in Africa, so I don't know. Maybe it's different, but I can just imagine, just living with these guys' ancestors. One probably owned your ancestors, so as slaves. I don't know how. I don't know what type of mental gymnastics you're going to have they do to just get over that. So yeah, it's a crazy world actually. It's just a crazy world. Human beings, we've really done some crazy stuff to each other. If you just look at even Ukraine, but I am not an advocate of war. This is why I always hesitate to advocate war anywhere in war. Even look at our brothers in Ukraine. People. I always feel sorry for them, our sisters and brothers in Ukraine. I'm not talking about the black. I'm talking about the ethnic Ukrainians. I'm not talking about the Africans trapped in Ukraine. Although I don't know if they're still there, or I heard they had left. Maybe they're still some over there. Maybe we should follow up on that story. But I'm talking about the ethnic Ukrainians. I always feel sorry for that, the national Ukrainians, because the whole world wants that war to continue. The whole world. There's nobody who doesn't want that war to stop. They say they are giving more weapons are being brought inside Ukraine. More. There's like they just want that war to continue, and you start to wonder. You start to wonder, who does the war benefit? That's why even in Africa, I always hesitate. Even in Ethiopia, that war has been. I think when the Prime Minister Abiy began that war, probably he thought it would be a short war, something quick and done. I think at some point even declared it done, and here we are more than 1 year later. And this is the problem with war. Even in Somalia, they've been in war for decades, but more than 3 decades of war. So it's just it's crazy. South Sudan are also in war. War is not a good thing. Like sometimes I always get angry at our leaders. They're not really, their corruption and all that. I get angry sometimes. I'm like, yeah, but sometimes you have to wonder, is which what part, if you're told to choose your poison, if you're to choose your poison, what will you choose? Will you choose like a corrupt leader or just war? Fighting those corrupt leaders? Because I don't know who. When it comes to war, there's these people who benefit. The guys who sell the guns, the guys who the mercenaries. These guys are not. These are not the guys you want. You don't want to start when you don't want USA or Russia or Turkey or maybe China to start selling you guns because you're in war. Because now that war is now it's crazy. Now things become complicated because now they want the war to continue because they're profiting. I just saw a video from this guy called Russell Brand. He was talking about the wars, how countries from wars, like when a good example is the one I know here in East Africa, Ethiopian war, where they give you aid in terms of guns and stuff like that. And we think that these countries are good. As citizens, we think, oh, at least the Turkey is helping us with, oh, China is helping. But these guns and ammunitions and aid, they come with a bill. They don't come for free. They come with a bill. So you find that even after that war, you have now this economic debt, this huge debt because of that war. So you feel like, oh, it's just like you sometimes you're like, maybe they could have just they could have formed some sort of mediocre government, and we could have moved on from there. It's easier to go from there than saying, "Oh my God, we want to fight we want to, we want a revolution." These revolutions. I think this new wave of the revolutions has given us a good eye opener that maybe this revolution thing is not good. You just look at the countries in Africa that have just undergone revolutions. It's not looking like they're livable. It's not looking good. It's that war. Once guns start going off, whole lot of trouble. But that is just my opinion. Usually there is somebody here in the panel disagreeing with me, but now you guys have refused to come here and talk. Now it's looking like I'm talking. It's like I'm talking unopposed now. So my word goes now. His Excellency Mika, man, have you gone away or something, man? Oh man, it looks like I'm here, man. It's me now.
Yo, I'm here, my brother. I'm here.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm here. I mean, you didn't see my private, but
Yeah. I'm just seeing your private up there.
I'm gonna I'm gonna leave you for a second. I'm having my dinner a little bit. So I'm just gonna leave Menatez to continue to say this, and I'll join you guys very soon. But please, if you're here and you want to join the panel to give a company to Mwendo Tezi, that's the link in the comment section. Just come through. I'm having my dinner right now. I'm breaking my fast. All right.
Man, Pi, you should join us, man. Pi, Nana Dreams, you've never actually joined. That's why His Excellency Mika always confuses you, because you never join here, man. We've never heard your voice, and you've been here for a while. So what happened in Africa today? I saw it today was what? Today was the first. Today was the budget reading in Kenya. Kenya is having an election this year. I think a couple of African countries are having elections this year. So yeah, that's something maybe we can talk about. Pai, you can come and talk about is it Taiwan? Tell us how are Africans doing in Taiwan, since we hear a lot about China. People think, people think that the West, the geopolitics of the West really affects Africa, but I feel like it's the geopolitics of the East that affect Africa the most. If you look at even just our biggest trading partners, the Indian Ocean, and it's very insulting, it's very insulting when they talk about the Indo-Pacific. Africa is in the Indo-Pacific, but they never talk about Africa. When they talk about, oh my God, who needs to take control of the Indo-Pacific? Africa is in most of, like, we literally have one of our whole face, the east face of Africa is in the Indo-Pacific. From Somalia, from Eritrea, from Somalia all the way to South Africa. That's the Indo-Pacific. But they never talk about Africa. It's like we're not there, man. It's like they talk about India, they talk about Australia, talk about China. They never talk about Africa. It's like we're not even there. Yeah. I heard Africans were left behind in Ukraine and are being sent to the detention. Yeah, I also heard about that. I heard the detention centers of Africa in that war with Ukraine. I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes when we talk about Africans, I wish sometimes, when it comes to emergencies like this, yes, I think we can talk about Africans, but I think we should also speak about specific countries, so that we know, because there is no African plane that is going to take Africans. It's usually Nigerian plane, the Ghanaian plane, South African plane going to take their people. So we kind of really, I think this is why this type of coverage, I wish they just told they could have told us, hey, this we have two maybe Ghanaians or Congolese here, so that we can have like at least we can say, hey, let us maybe write a letter to the Congolese government or to the just so that at least we have a next step. But yeah, I had the detention center. It's cruel, man. But Europe is a cruel place if you just look at their history. Man. It's just looking. So yeah, I don't know what. I don't want to go deep into the war over there because it's just. I've seen even videos of what they're doing to each other, man. Just white people to white people. If you see the videos they're doing, so yeah, it doesn't surprise me what they're doing to Africans. If this is what they're doing to each other, so it's crazy out there. But maybe if there's a way, I don't know, maybe His Excellency will maybe I think His Excellency has allies in those areas. Maybe we can have another communication and have those guys maybe tell us what is really happening on the ground. They are looting. But a government has to show it's there and ready to protect its citizens. Yeah. A lot of Africans in mainland China. Yeah. I know. I like. I don't know. Even there's this. Is it Guangzhou or something? I know a lot of friends in Guangzhou. A lot of family in China. China is actually. It's actually like I said. People don't know this, but China, the East is really where the geopolitics of the East really affects Africa. Africa. We are moving out of. We are really spreading into the world. What's going on in Mali? I heard sanctions had been. Okay, I haven't heard anything about Mali so far. I heard they were being investigated by the Human Rights Watch or something. Even Ethiopia is being investigated by the Human Rights. These guys of human rights. These guys are very suspicious. These guys who investigate human rights, they're really toothless, and I don't know. They don't. I've never seen them make a real difference. Like, my God, they saved these people. They're just there to make. Like, I don't know. I feel like they're used by the global powers to go and attack some people or something like that. But yeah, I heard Mali was being investigated by the Human Rights Watch. Marie Antoinette, when you come back, join the stream. You can't allow me. If you allow me to talk this much, I'll start misleading the people. So, I think you need to have weapons, otherwise the rebels. Wait, who is it? I think you need to have weapons, otherwise the rebels will cause problems with the government. On top of the government. Oh, you're talking to Aboyak. Yeah, Guangzou. Yeah, I've had a lot of. I know a lot of people in Guangzou. So yeah, like I said, Africans were a lot of Africans are actually migrating. I don't know. I think even China has easier when it comes to migration policies. It's not as strict as maybe the West. I think that's why there's a lot of Africans over there. You know? Tanzania, catching up. We were talking about Trump, and now we're talking about the global geopolitics and maybe what's happening in Africa, especially the geopolitics of Africa. Today you're burnt out. Today maybe next time. It's okay, man. It's okay, my brother Pai. I know. In Taiwan. I heard there was like a sleeping issue in South Korea. They have a real insomnia problem. People can't sleep. Like people are literally trying to get drunk so that they can sleep. So I don't know. Maybe Africa. I don't know if there's a sleeping issue in Africa. I think Africans we were blessed with sleep. I've never seen an African who has trouble sleeping. Yeah. In fact, I think our problem is that we have trouble not sleeping. Who has joined us here? My brother or my sister?
Mwende Tezi. Mwende Tezi. How's it going?
I'm doing fine, my brother. How are you?
Not too bad, man. I haven't been on this channel for a bit.
Is it Madara?
It's Madara.
Ah.
How's it going?
Oh, not bad. We're talking about trauma in Africa. Maybe, I think, where are you, my brother?
I'm not in Africa. I'm based in the West.
Yeah. You're talking about also the trauma amongst the diaspora in the West, maybe from the constant. Is it racism or is it the passive? I don't know. Is it passive aggressiveness? I've had a lot of even loneliness. Yeah. The big one I've had is loneliness. Actually, the Africans in the West, they really go through a lot of loneliness.
Yeah. Well, it's quite a situation down here. I think it's the case with just being a minority. You understand? I mean, if you are a minority in any part of the world, if you are around your people, you are more likely to be, let's say if you're in your house, you're more likely to be more confident in your house or around your people in general. I always think about it like this. It's never good. I always say to Black Americans, it's never good, or even Africans, it's always good to go back to Africa and see a part of the world where you are part of the majority, where you are part of the majority, you're part of the many, not the few. Because if you were to come to my house, you are to obey my rules. You will obey my rules, and that means I will always have more say or confidence over you in my house and all that stuff. So while you're in my house, you're in my rules. So you will never get the chance to really fully express yourself. You'll never truly express yourself. So you have to live a life where you kind of minimize an aspect of yourself and all that stuff. So that has a psychological effect to you as well and your confidence. And perhaps even also, what does it do feeling like you're the part of the majority and you're part of the minority for the rest of your life? It's never a good thing as well. So these things have a place. So some people don't fully get to express themselves. So it would be good to go back to Africa. If you understand what I'm saying, more in the Teze.
Yeah. I understand. Okay, I understand the loneliness. I've understood that. I've also understood, how it feels to be maybe being the lower caster, the lower caste society.
That's the business shit. You know what I mean? And nobody they say Black people that we have individual confidence. We have individual confidence and power, but we don't have a collective confidence. We don't have confidence as a collective. You understand? But individually, we have so much confidence. But why do you think that is?
I was thinking about this actually, and I was thinking, I don't know, maybe even our media. Our media doesn't. I don't know if this is deliberate. Maybe it's deliberate, but I think in West Africa it's a bit much more. It's much more much less. It's much less seen because West Africa, at least the media is stronger. We have maybe like Nollywood and things like that. But in East Africa, we have no movies. The movie industry, the cinema industry is just dead. It's just dead. And I feel like small things like this, just small things. Like look how far the music has gone. Just look how far the music has gone in just helping Africans out. Just the music. Yeah. So imagine now the cinema. I feel like these are just things that I don't know why they are being suppressed. I feel this is maybe there's a conspiracy over there, but we need like a good budget movie about just Africa and how good it is to be in Africa and stuff like that. Because there's so many beautiful places in Africa, but it's like nobody wants to maybe nobody wants to finance that type of film, you know. But I feel like that will do wonders. I think that will do wonders. Like you see how the music is just doing wonders, like just going around the world. All Africans are just feeling like proud of being. Give Africans something to be proud of, man. That's what I'm just thinking.
Not just Africans, that also how it has helped to at least shed some positivity to the African continent, to people around the world that might perhaps have negative views of Africa. Like I see people from Colombia, people from Philippines, all dancing to Afrobeats and all that kind of stuff. You understand? So with these people, they might have negative ideas about Africa, about being poor or something. But you see Filipinos, Chinese, or people from a different part of the world dancing to African music and all that kind of stuff. That's quite positive. It's better, it's at least better than what's been put out about Africa at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah. Aboyak is telling me that East Africa has a big local movie comedies. Okay, maybe I haven't seen it yet, but I've seen. Obviously, we have movie. What I'm saying is it's not developed. You know what I'm trying to mean, my brother Aboyak, is that it's not developed. It's not to the grand scale that it can be. You know, to the point that we're talking about, and I'm not talking about just maybe for one country or something. I'm talking about maybe the whole of Africa. To the grand scale that oh my God, this is just a movie about Africa that is popular amongst the youth and even in just the world. That's what I'm trying to push. Like we need to have that. We need to really. I don't know.
I think we need to focus on our own media houses, and I think that one more the third, I think it's going to be the easiest to achieve in the next coming decade as well, because there's so much availability of media or different types of media as well. I think Africans just have to look internally and start to tell their own stories as well, and that will go along. I think that's easier to achieve as well.
Yeah. I think, okay, when it comes to African, maybe we talk about African media houses. There are many. I think we already have them. We have many. Even here, Swahili Nation is one of them. We have, even in Ethiopia, was it Art TV? We have a couple of them. What I'm talking about is, like, you see these big budget movies, like a proper big budget movie about Africa, and not the negative Africa, not the just positive Africans living happily and stuff like just that. Just put that in our minds, because I feel like some of our, you see how Africans we are crossing oceans, going to live, I don't know what type of life in Europe, and it's like nah, it's not what you're chasing isn't really what I think. You live in the West, you can tell you what they're really chasing isn't worth dying for.
It's not for everybody. It's just the few that get to. It's hard. It is hard. It is hard work, and a lot of people. Like if you see the situation in Italy, for some of them that at least made it to the Mediterranean, and you see this diet situation, man, they are living in hell, man. Where they're living in hell, I'm telling you.
Yeah, you see, this is the thing. But now, guys, they don't know. They see the movies. You see, they see the movies. In fact, that's the only thing they know about the West. It's their movies. It's the movies. It's the media, and they think, oh my God, that place is heaven. If there were no movies about the West, nobody will know. Nobody will be crossing those seas. Nobody's going. Nobody will know.
Yeah.
So I feel like we need to implant this thing in ourselves. I see Dangote, man. I don't understand. This is the problem with our billionaires. I just don't understand them. It's like they know. I don't think we have.
At the end of the day, they are individuals in a capitalist world as well. So, although you want them to think on a collective basis or something, it's very, very tough for them, because it's like we've had so many people that have become martyrs and they've died, and we've just moved along. People who sacrificed themselves for Africa, and yet we continue with our lives and just move along as well. So some people think about their wealth and say, why should I sacrifice my wealth? Why should my wealth be sent to murder them for the African cause? If I die, everybody's just gonna move along anyways. They'll forget about all that I did. And that's sad. We expect people or individuals to be martyrs to a cause that should be led by the people and strengthened by the people. So that's why.
But let me tell you something, my brother. Do you know that there's like the biggest that statue. Do you know the biggest statue of Jesus in Africa was from a Nigerian billionaire.
Is that so?
He
Wow.
built the biggest statue of white Jesus, in Nigeria. I'm just saying, like, that could have been he could have made a good budget movie. That was millions of dollars. That's what he could have. Imagine what type of movie that could have made. Like, and that movie would have lasted forever.
Some of them as well don't think of it as an investment. If you invested in a blockbuster movie portraying African positive life and it's gaining a lot of traction, and you invested money in it, you'll get really great returns from it. A lot of people don't think about it that way. It needs to be helping Africa needs to be attached to some kind of business or return to incentivize people to do that. You see, even that's the only thing. That's the only thing that gets people moving. There has to be an incentive of benefit as well, and then they will later want to protect it. And then the positive feelings of the actual action, it then comes. You understand what I mean? But people, the whole world is like that. People want to make money from it. There has to be some tangible benefits. Otherwise it can be some kind of kumbaya thing. That's what they look at it as. Oh, this person just is doing a kumbaya thing, and then look, he lost all his money. You understand what I mean? There has to be actual benefit. Do you understand what I mean?
But let me tell you something. These guys, it's not like as if they are spending their money on some wise investments or something like that. If you look at the way they spend their money, it's not. That guy who built that statue of white Jesus, man. That was that was not an investment of.
That guy is from a hangover of colonialism. Someone's got a hangover. That's what you call somebody with a hangover from colonialism. You understand what I mean? It's really, really pathetic and all that stuff. I mean, how can you put it? I think sometimes when the says it, right? The thing about it is when people lack knowledge to produce, what do they end up doing with their money? They end up consuming, and they end up becoming consumers, and they consume and consume because there's no there's people that have ideas but they don't have money, and there's people that have money but they don't have ideas. So those who have money, no ideas, end up becoming consumers. Those who have ideas but no money, what do they end up doing? It's just they get either somebody else comes and invests in the idea. So it's a tough situation more in the Tesla. And that's why when you see black people, or especially black people, where do you find most rich black people in the world? They're probably in entertainment. I don't know but you can see a lot of black billionaires, or not billionaires, but millionaires. They are in the entertainment sector and all that kind of stuff. And what do they do with their money? Do they invest? Do they create something? Do they build? Do they become productive? No, they're just consumers. I may be wrong, but do you know what I mean, Mr. Do you understand?
Yeah. But I have to disagree with you, because the richest black people are not entertainment. They're politicians.
Yes, of course. That's why I was cautious to. That's why I said I don't know the full percentage of that entirely. But what we have as
politicians. The richest black people are politicians in the world. Just politicians, other than the richest black.
Yeah, but they still don't know how to produce. They don't
know how to produce. They know how to. They know politics, and that's the problem.
Know politics. They know how to consume. They know how to maneuver, make money, and consume, but not necessarily build things. Build things, and that's where the problem is. You know what I'm saying? Africans need to be more technical. They need to be more technical. They need to know a lot of more technical stuff so that they can build things as well.
I think I think that's the problem in Africa, and I think that we've gotten capitalism wrong. I think we've gotten capitalism wrong. You said something very interesting, that the guys who have ideas don't have money, and the guys who have money don't have ideas. But that it's in the West, it's like the guys with the ideas are the ones who have money, and it's like the opposite in the West, right?
Oh no, what the West does is the guys who have ideas. The guys who have ideas seek money from the guys who don't, who seek money from the guys who have money. And many of these guys that have money are from people that actually in the West are people that engage in slavery and colonialism from Africa. When you see the wealth in the West, came from that, and many of the old wealth, old money come from that. So the guys who have money are investing in the ideas of the guys who have in the ideas of those who are being productive. So when they do that, then somebody creates a new invention. He creates something else, and then that sells, and then his investment makes him a lot of money, and that guy also makes a lot of money. So the ideas, there's an investment in the ideas of Africans, of those people. You understand what I mean? But in Africa, nobody believes in an African. Nobody believes in what an African can do. So the ideas of an African doesn't get invested in. So people just say, you know, so somebody creates, man, that's just a gimmick. I don't believe it, so I'm not going to put my money in it. Why don't Africans believe in each other? Why don't we invest in each other? What has been the representation that has caused us to not invest in each other?
Trauma, my brother. We're talking about trauma today. So that's I think that is actually a very good good example of trauma. We are traumatized that we can't even invest in ourselves, that we just because we were, in fact, here's what I think, and this is what I genuinely believe: the black billionaires in Africa, wherever they are, they wait for the white man to tell them where to invest.
Yes. Yeah. So when the thing, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. I think there's been a lot of representation over, like, it's akin to the trauma you're speaking about. There's been a lot of representation of African or black enterprises that we work together, and there's been failure, betrayal, corruption, you understand what I mean? And then treachery in our projects, and those projects never reach the full capacity or full potential. Especially politics is a great sign of it, don't you think? Like how these politicians sell the country, and it's like one man for himself and all that stuff. It makes you, when you have a situation of bribery, corruption going on, it doesn't build an ethic of work and delivery of projects or delivery of product. You understand what I mean? So people fail all the time, and this failure shows. So what I highlighted is saying that there is been so much representation of failure on our part when it comes to collaborating. You understand? And because of that, that has also contributed to us being in this trauma of saying, you know what, I don't trust that black man to work with him. I'm going to work with the white man because he's going to get me success and all that stuff. Like, rich people find it easier to work with each other than poor people. Rich people, because they've already succeeded many, many times and all that, they say, you know what, I believe I've seen you succeed in many of your other projects. I've seen you succeed in that project. There's a portfolio of your success so far. So I know exactly that if I invest with you and I go into partnership with you, we're going to do very great. But you talk about poor Africans or poor people in general, not just African, poor people in general, when you tell them to work together to make themselves richer, I'm sure they will think twice and say, why would I work with that guy? He's poor. Why has he achieved? And all that. Why would I work with that guy? He's poor. He's not got much and all that stuff. So I'm not going to work with him. And this has been the representation all from the political level and down to the individual level with Africans. And that's why we don't trust or work with each other that much. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Let's give a chance to our sister. I know the tea is Tanzan. There's no other tea, in Africa.
Greetings, everybody.
Greetings.
So we're talking about trauma. I would say that we have a lot of it and we haven't dealt with most of it. I think as Africans, we have this way of dealing with things, of just forgetting and getting over things and just moving on. We don't talk about issues. And I think that's one thing that Black Americans are different from us in that way, because for them, they do talk a lot about their, historical, But for us, I think we haven't had like a lot of it, as much of it, in terms of slavery and all that. But we have experienced things that people in the world really haven't seen. Let me just say that, even in terms of poverty, the levels of poverty in some places it's astounding. It's like, how do we still keep on going? you know, we also need to look at that too. How are we still resilient faced with so much of difficulties? You know, in Japan, China, they have a culture of work suicide, where people work themselves almost to death, and then, you know, they just off themselves, you know, about that. And here too in America, they have a problem. In fact, the leading cause of death for white men 35 to 50 is suicide. So it's a serious thing. And but their levels of sort of oppression is very minor compared to some of ours. So sometimes I just say that firstly, we have an ending, you know, strength that we have to recognize, but also that sometimes it's a disadvantage because we're so strong that when we're weak, we really don't know what to do with it. In the past, we had, you know, community, we had the tribe, we had the family, and so on. So if there was a problem in the community, it was sort of everybody's problem, and people came together, and so that was our form of healing. But nowadays, we are becoming increasingly, you know, separate, especially in the cities. So we don't really have that. So people could be suffering quietly, and, you know, you don't even know. And we have this culture of just be strong and put a brave face to it, and so on. And it's really hurting us inside. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, my sister, you've spoken a lot of truth, actually. I mean, I actually have now other questions. His excellency, we might just dissect this thing here, you know, and the doctor can come and say, oh, you guys have already done it, you don't even need me. But yeah, but my question is, you know, I think, do you think, you know, you've mentioned something that I found very interesting, that the number one death of white people, 35 and to 50 or something, is suicide. So I'm curious that even them, in their perceived perfect life, you know, that everybody in the world is actually trying to achieve, they are committing suicide. Is it that now, that is it like trauma? Is trauma important for human? The human mind, is it healthy? Because now I'm starting to see that everybody has trauma.
Everybody does, but ours is different, and the way we handle ours used to be different. You see, the reason why psychology and psychotherapy and all this developed in the West, because they did not have a very strong community system like we did. You know, they have a more individualistic mindset. They have a more, you know, do for yourself and, you know, forget other people sort of thing. So that already was going to mess with their heads even before all of this. So they already had the problems, and that's why they developed their own methods for dealing with it. We had our ways of dealing with the community. We had, you know, healing. There was this tribe where they used to go and perform like a ritual, you know, at a tree or things like that. So we used to have that, but now we don't. And that's the reason why, you know, we're suffering, because we really don't know how to deal with our problems the way we used to know how to. So now we have to deal with the modern way of dealing with it, which is going and doing the therapy or becoming more communal. But the first thing which we're doing right now is talking about it, which is difficult for Africans to do. Now, in terms of you know, somebody could have everything in the world, and this is why people still want to come to Africa. This is why people want to go back, because you can have everything in the world and you can be on top of the world. But if you don't have, you know, now I'm going to quote the Bible, if you don't have love or something like that, you know, your life is not complete. If you don't have people and community and a family, you can be the richest person in the world and you're still not going to be happy. So, you know, some people achieve what they want, they give up a lot of, you know, what maybe they needed, and then when they get what they want, now they're not happy. And how do you solve a problem like that? You see, a poor person is not going to do something because they still have to get the money. But once you get the money, then now what?
So do you think the African model of community coming together to help the individual is a better model rather than the payment of a psychologist that's going on? Do you think the capitalist model of paying psychologists, do you think the African community intervening is good, is a better way, or being a collective is a better way?
Oh, definitely. You know, that brought things out, and that dealt with issues instead of somebody feeling that, you know, the problem is just theirs. And also, you know, the solution was the community. But, you know, unfortunately, the reality now is some of our communities are not as strong as they used to be. Some of the communities have been destroyed by war, by separation, by death. There's so many, you know, reasons why right now we're not, you know, a communal a group as we used to before. So that's why we may need, you know, the modern ways, and we may have to pay, you know, to heal. Whereas so before we came together to heal.
Do you think the more wealthy somebody is, the more wealthy or a nation or an individual is, the more what do you call it? The more I forgot the word. So hold on a second. The more wealthy a nation is or something, the less in the collective they become. Do you think? The more wealthy somebody is, the less collective they become or something? I can't
I think it's two ways. They may become less collective, but they may become more single-minded. I think that's the reason why some countries are maybe more successful than others with their money, because like I said, if you have money but you don't have, you know, a reason or a value, then your money is really useless. But the successful countries, they have an agenda. America is not just rich just to be rich. They want power. They want control. They want, you know, the world to be a certain way. So they have a vision of what they want. You know, as Africans, even if somebody gets rich, you know, what's their value? What do they want? Why were they getting rich? You have to have a why before you get to the what.
Yeah.
Actually, I think my brother Madara, you've got it wrong. I think it's not the more rich a country gets, but I think the more rational a country gets.
The more rational a country gets, the more
you have to have a
purpose.
Yeah.
The more rational a country gets, the more individualistic they become. Is that what you're saying?
The more rational a country gets, the more now they have to see what my sister is calling. What is it? The psychiatrist. I think that is the.
I'm just your choice of words for using the word rational itself.
Yeah. Let me tell you why I'm using the word rational, and. You know, I think Tanzania has been here when I was having this conversation with Pastor Ezra. You know, my thoughts on my controversial thoughts on religion, but I think this is the problem with rationality. I think this is the problem. When the more rational you get, the less you believe in God. That is what's happening with these wealthy countries. Actually, they're getting more and more rational, and now you have this less and less belief in God. So what they have replaced God with a psychiatrist. It's really just a ritual. They go there. The psychiatrist isn't telling them nothing new, by the way. It's not telling them anything they don't know, but it's become a ritual. It's become a it's just the same way people will go to Sunday in church, then they go to the psychiatrist. It is just the same ritual. And they come, oh, I feel better. You've just performed a ritual. You know, then you feel better. But what they have done is just, there's nothing. If you go to those sessions and you think the psychiatrist is telling them anything mind-blowing, it's not true. It's not telling them anything mind-blowing. It's not telling them anything that they don't know themselves, you know. But
people need those rituals. Here's what I'm saying. Those are rituals that they need. And we needed the rituals of maybe going around a tree a couple of times, you know. We need different rituals. Go ahead. Let's welcome somebody.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
The more the psychiatrist now has just replaced the priest. They go there and they confess their sins in front of this guy called the psychiatrist. And you know, and it's just replaced the priest. That's just what it is, man. There's nothing. And then he tells them, no, you're a human being and this is normal. You know, then they feel better. So
I wish Pastor Ezra was here.
yeah, no,
He'd
that's
have
what I'm
told
saying.
you a few things, but let us be good. Let us be good and say Karibu.
Came here as
I think Dr. K is here. Dr. K is joining us here. Mwenda Tezi.
Yeah. Oh, I continue with what I was saying. Okay, what I was saying. Yeah, I agree with you.
Dr. K, fall him off.
No, I'm saying Dr. K is here, but I'm gonna continue to leave it. On you to carry on to carry on with the discussion. Dr. K is here now.
Okay, Doctor. Okay, let me finish my thought then. My point is that when we the more rational we get, the more we start thinking like, oh my God, God isn't. You know how they rationalize how when you rationalize, then this thing about God doesn't resonate with you. So you start to look, but now you have a gap. You have this gap in you that you have to feel. Now you have to feel with things though. So this is why religion is important. This is why the God is, for those who are into
programming. Is it the more rational, or the more pragmatic a society becomes? Let's say the more pragmatic a society becomes necessarily, then the more individualistic. Would you say that and all that stuff? Because rational can mean anything in it. Like, because if one could say, having a more collective and community-oriented way of healing a society or a nation or a village, it's a more rational thing to do. But I don't know, But I don't know.
No, okay. This thing of isolation is I think is something to do with just capitalism. Capitalism just thrives in isolation because it just encourages the consumer. Yeah. You are now the consumer,
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And it's not like we were not after accumulating wealth, not so much being capital, but accumulating wealth, because in every society there was always, the person who had the most cattle or, the most land or something like that. So there was people who we were not just socialists, like everybody just gives everybody to, and so on. So, but in striving for individual wealth, you're going to look out for your own. You're going to look at what, and then your circle becomes smaller and smaller, because for us, you're looking at if the community is thriving, then everybody is happy. But for in our society, everybody has to look out for their own and compete on their own merits. The good thing about it that it makes more people, to be competitive, to go out and get what they want to get, by any means, whether legal, illegal, all of that. So people are driven to go look for their own because of that motivation. Yeah, but go ahead.
I think somebody asked that question a while back. I said, would Africa become like Japan if we ever got rich? I can't remember who,
No, I don't think we'd reach those stages, because even if some of our values have been eroded, I think as a people, we're still naturally more communal and also welcoming. Japanese society is very insular, even amongst themselves. They keep themselves away from other Asians, and everybody keeps to themselves. So they have developed, there's a group of young men called hikikomori who just stay in their houses and don't have any contact with anybody. But even in the corporate culture, a lot of those people are overworked. They like 80, 90 hours, they literally collapse from overworking. So I don't think Africans are in danger of overworking.
I got it. I got that one. I got it.
Yeah, I was talking about just the other time. I was just talking about how South Korea, they have insomnia, and this is something that Africans we can't get. We can't get. We are blessed with sleep. That's why. Yeah. If we find a thing, we have the reverse of insomnia. What is the opposite of insomnia? I don't know. That is our problem. If There are pills for that. They will sell in Africa.
Yeah, so no, I don't. Our problem is really, community to a fault, and it becomes tribalistic. But I think the worst problem is individualism to a fault, where it becomes, like you're saying, the rituals. For us, our rituals are communal in nature. You go to church or you go to a function or wedding. For them, you just need the ritual of being with another human being, and if you have to pay one to be with one, that's what you're going to do. It's like, people who go to, the ladies of the night.
Yeah, same thing by the.
Wow.
So, you fulfill the need. The need will still be there. It's how you, how do you deal with it? That is different for every society. So, trauma is there in every society, just like war we were talking about earlier. Right now, these new people are finding out about war, but a lot of Africans have been dealing with it for years, generations, and it's become a normal part of life. The new people who are experiencing it is like a shock, like, oh, whoa, real life versus war. Imagine somebody who is born in it, somebody who, this is life, war is life, like every day, this is what you do. That person will have a very different mentality from, somebody who was born and raised in peace. So even us as Africans, we cannot really claim to be to understand other Africans who've gone through it, because, and that's why, I even feel for South Africa, because even sometimes when other Africans try to, they went through, we all went through different things, but we really haven't come out and talked about it. I think the one country that handled it the best as a nation was Rwanda, because they did an internal tribunal where they as painful as it was, and they didn't make it, I don't remember whether it was public or not, but I know that it was within themselves, and they handled it amongst themselves. So we should start doing things like that, like, tackling those, like even wars and tribalism. Every side has a gripe against the other side, and most of the time we're just talking against or above each other, and we haven't really sat down. And that's why our models were perfected, because we had a longer time to deal with, human conflict. So we realized that, firstly, the young men will go and fight, the women will also, the women will have their council and so on, the older men will discuss it, the elders, both the men and the women elders separately will discuss it, and then finally, there was a decision, there was a process, of resolving conflict and trauma. And so we have I lost a lot of these things. That's why for me, the paying person, that's a short-term, help, and short-term for an individual. But as a community, I think we should start becoming more open, and which is, Swahili Nation, having those brutal truths, because there's no way we're going to heal if we're not honest about what happened, to a lot of us, and what a lot of us did to each other. I think the reason why we don't like to speak of it is because not only will we open wounds, but we will have to examine some parts of ourselves that, we really don't want to see.
And I think we're struggling to translate that communalism into a nation state level as well. That helping each other, that collective action. We're having a trouble translating that for the entire nation state. Would you say that we Africans don't fully understand the concept of a nation state or something? That's why it's not working for us. That's why.
Well, to begin with, it was something that was foisted on us. It wasn't something that we created. Our old, traditions and societies, those were something that came out of trial and error and, interacting with other Africans and so on. So we did have our system of doing things. So we were sort of forced to quickly, adapt to a new system, which, sometimes we do go on about, the bad things of Africa and so on, but we have to realize that a lot of us just made the best of the situation. There was a discussion during independence times whether we should go back to how things were, which everybody agreed was better, or we should just, accept the lines that had been drawn. And obviously we did. So we have to live with the consequences of that we chose to move forward and try a new way. And, that's just how it is now. So it does take time for people to firstly, you know, transcend the tribal mentality and, you know, to adopt the national one. And on top of that, to also have the African one, because, you know, those are three leaps in one that a lot of us have to do very quickly. And then when you leave out of Africa, now on top of that, you're also, you know, Black. So it's a lot of things that Africans really have to deal with. And it's like juggling multiple identity balls in the air. But, you know, it takes both, you know, an up and down effort. You know, it has to be, you know, both the people at the top, you know, setting the vision and the tone, because there was a time when during the nationalistic period when the tone was patriotism. You know, countries were out there, you know, showing their flags, having these, you know, national days and just celebrating their countries and so on. And that, you know, gave the country, even in terms of, you know, people working hard. People need to work for a reason. People need to live for a reason, whether it's a higher reason or a communal reason or a personal reason. They need that. So when people don't have that and the only reason to work, you know, is to get rich without, you know, anything attached to it, then it becomes like a hollow victory. So the leaders need to set a tone where we're working for something. We're working, you know, for the greatness of our country, or, you know, whatever purpose, instead of just, you know, oh, we're increasing the GDP. That's good too, but it's the mentality, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry,
Dr.
go ahead.
Dr. Folima, say something.
Yes. We don't want to.
I can't really, I'm not sure what to say, because what I say will be negative. That's the problem.
Oh, no, go ahead. I think between you and Ndatezi, we'll have enough negativity.
Okay, so here's a story. I decided to come to Kenya so that I can help my people. I arrive in Kenya, and then, so this is all true story, and it's happening now. I make a friend. We start doing business together, and I get to know the friend. Now, maybe 1 month ago, apparently this friend's laptop and TV was stolen. Then the security guard says he saw me with it. Yep, he saw me in broad daylight carrying a 50-inch TV. Right. Now, the police try to do investigation. Then they find another fake witness. So the point is, how can I, even if, let's say, I resolve this issue, right now I'm in court trying to obviously fight my case. Even if I resolve this issue, how can I maintain that strength to fight for our people if I feel like it's not safe for outsiders to go to Africa, because people are going to look at them like targets, because that's what happened to me. So I don't know how to resolve that problem right now, the mental problem. How can I, because from my experience in Kenya is a lot of people here are unfortunately looking to take you down for money reasons. And most people have the spirit of greed. So I don't know how to resolve that.
Ndatezi,
we're looking to you. Answers.
So, no, I don't know. Let's see how we can tie this to trauma. I don't know.
It's a hard one, eh? Hey.
This one is a tough one. I don't know now. I don't know. So
Hey.
I don't know. I'm tempted to say, like, you know, trust the process. But
No, don't go there. Let me tackle it while you gather your thoughts. Okay, you know, this reminds me of Amilcar Cabral when he was talking about how he says, what do you do when you're fighting for people who are fighting against you? And it's something like that. I'm paraphrasing it. But he had given a lot, you know, for his people. I think he was from a French African country. I forget it.
Portuguese African country.
Portuguese? Oh, okay. So he went around the world. He wrote a lot. He was really standing up for his people. And when he went back, there was all these people talking about him and questioning his motives and just being very ignorant and obdurate. You know how Africans are when you're trying to do something. Like a prophet is not welcomed in his hometown, but in Africa it seems they're almost hated. I don't know how, but people don't really celebrate. We don't really celebrate even our great people, and not even enough. And unfortunately, sometimes it takes their death for us to recognize their lives. But we do that with the great people, and we do that amongst ourselves too. When I was talking about having a vision and a purpose, most people, even when you're getting money, you know that it's to benefit you, but you're also benefiting somebody else. We don't have that. People are just looking to get money for the sake of getting more money into the account. Yes, they need it. I'm not saying that people are just evil and greedy. A lot of the times, sometimes it's desperation. It's just trying to look out for your family and so on. I'm not justifying theft. I'm saying that people don't really. This is why I go back to examples. When you talk about the bad, we have to also look at the good and see what we can learn. Magufuli was, he was the example of how you can change our bad habits, because for him it was not everybody was responsible for everybody else, and you couldn't just steal without consequence. I think one thing that we have in Kenya is that we just laugh it off even when it hurts us. That's the African way. We laugh even when it hurts, because this thing doesn't just hurt it hurts Kenyans more than it hurts foreigners, because foreigners can afford to lose and walk away. The people who have to. Sorry?
No, I agree. I'm agreeing with what you're saying.
Okay. Yeah, the people who are really are going to suffer. It's like people are stabbing themselves in the back. Even and this is so common. I'm sorry to tell you this, Dr. K, but it's so common even amongst. I know a case of this guy. He was trying to, he had a farm. He employed some people. He was paying them consistently and even above the market rate. He basically improved their standard of living considerably. What did they do? Turned around and stole everything and left the employment. Like, we really are sick. If you're frustrated mentally with these people, just think of them as you're dealing with people who are not thinking rationally. Let me go back to Mudate's statement. They're not thinking. To be rational is to look out for your own interests at the very least, to be able to do what is good for you, not just now, but in the future. You see, we have become so small-minded because we don't really have a future purpose. Every country has a national purpose. Even Mother Russia and America's manifest destiny, and whatever Canada's is. Sorry, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Yeah. So every group of people have to have an overarching purpose for what they do. Even for the Arab countries, for them maybe the protection of religion, or the Chinese is to I don't know what there is, but whatever it is, they have a national purpose. For us, we just, everybody is just trying to survive, really. That's the best I got. I'm hoping when the test is going to come up with something good.
The reason I say this is because when I first came to this platform, I said that these people need to be ruled and treated like they're beneath. I don't know how. From this experience,
I remember that conversation when everybody
I'm beginning to think that that's what has to happen. Like, honestly, I can't recommend anyone living with locals. So, for example, all my friends. So I live in Jamhuri estate. All my friends, most of my friends were foreigners. Ethiopians, Nigerians, and I never had any issue with the foreigners. I thought I could make a friend with someone who was, a local but rich, because I thought, hey, maybe they would be, they wouldn't need to scam me or something. But it just seems like it didn't really make a difference. I don't know what it is, but it's almost like I don't know. Okay, so I think some of us here are Christian. When I was young, my mom, used to make us read the Bible, and we'd read things like, in the 10 Commandments, one of them is don't give false witness, right? Things like that, or don't let the spirit of greed take over you. You know, don't hang out with the wrong crowd. I never really understood these things, but when I came here, these things are real. Like, people really are greedy. I mean, imagine someone who steals laptops, then a 50-inch TV with a form factor that's difficult. People will go even steal the spoons. I don't get, you know, that spirit is real. Like, greed is a real thing.
People
you know?
steal pots and pans at funerals.
Right. And, you know, it's crazy. And okay, the point I'm making here is, I don't know, I'm feeling like to really truly treat people well, because I think I have an issue. I've been told before, I have a apparently kind looking face, so it's easy to take advantage of me.
Come on, come
yeah,
on.
it's true. It's true. Look, I say all the craziest things, but when it comes to, you know, how people see me in the street, I don't look threatening. That's just how it is, unfortunately. So I am a target for these people. The thing is, from this experience, I really do honestly beginning to come back to my original plan of they have to be subjugated to be helped. You know, it's like, for example, you know, when a crazy person.
How do you plan on doing that?
Sorry?
How do you plan on doing this subjugation?
Okay, so I know. Okay, I'll answer the question, but I want to give context. Guys, I know, you know, I'm just, you know, speak today. Maybe it's just because of how I feel, but don't come for me. But now I may be wrong here, but I want to give context. I used to feel that the Indians, you know, mistreat Africans. Even the let's say the Ethiopians here. Some of the locals have said, oh, you know, they're not good. They don't pay as well. Then I really thought about it. I don't think it's that they don't pay the locals well. It's that the locals see them as a foreigner, so they think that they can kind of get more from them, and they're just fighting back and giving the locals the local rate, because they're just like locals. They're just in a different country. They're not rich people. They're just, you know. Anyways, what I realized is maybe the reason why these Indians mistreat us is because some of us have ruined it for the reputation, and now the Indians have just decided to become, you know, ruthless towards all of us because of those few people who ruined our reputation. So, for example, even, you know, this whole situation goes to my mom. You know, we have a school near Kisumu, and, you know, every headmaster we employed stole money, built their own houses. You know, it's the same story over and over. You know, I really have thought about it. Maybe we just need I'm going to employ these ruthless Indians to manage my businesses. You know, I thought I could really work with my people, but I don't know. It's difficult. I really am looking for real solutions, because maybe Nigerians. I have some Nigerian friends. You know, they've been good with me, even though I think they're scammers. They haven't scammed me yet. Yeah, so I'm just looking for solutions here. Maybe I'll employ. That's what I mean by subjugating them. I'll employ a ruthless Indian guy to manage the business, so that I don't have to interact with them. You know, it's also small things like payment.
Why don't you just employ a ruthless African guy to do the same job?
The problem is that, you know, I don't trust them. I feel like they're going to scam me somehow. That's the problem. Maybe a diasporan or something. That's the thing. Someone who's traveled somewhere.
Yeah, maybe, but you don't have to go that far, because once you go and say, oh, I'm going to go find somebody else to do something in my house, then, you know, that's no longer your house. You have to find somebody inside that you can work with. There has to be somebody, even if you have to go through a thorough process of vetting, even if you have to employ 5 people to find you one person, you know, that might be something that you can look at. Or from a different region, you know, you can have look for the, you know, find a Tanzanian to manage some Kenyans, or vice versa. I think that, I don't know, whichever, maybe a South African or a Nigerian. Yeah, I don't think I will take orders from Tanzania. No, yeah. So yeah, just other options. I take everything I just said back. The last part.
Tanzanians are too nice. That's the problem. But there's so much people, you know, like actually my stepdad is Tanzanian, and he told me, you know, he warned me about Kenyans, you know. Now I know what he meant. So
yeah, you know, Kenyans, we are rabidly capitalistic people.
And you know, if imagine that night when the police came to arrest me. Imagine if I didn't have my friend I know for a fact the police officer would have pretended that they found some of the evidence in my house. The only reason I know they didn't is because I was with someone. And that's the crazy thing, there would be, then in the court, this guy would be smiling there with this dodgy looking long tallness. Yeah, we found this. And they have the issue is they have no morality, no consciousness. It's like, for me, I'll feel bad to do that to someone. But these people have no moral consciousness. It's like, I just don't get how people can be that way. I don't get it.
I'm sure you got it. I think you elaborated it about it before in another live about when you have people that are poor, they get that desperate themselves that they're willing to do anything. I think you see,
if they just ask me for the money, they told me, look, Kaizo, I need this money. If you don't give me this money, I'm going to create hell for you. I'll say, okay, fine, here, take $2,000. I would just tell them that. If they ask me, I'll just give them the money. The problem is they're now trying to do shady things, and that's, if they want the money, fine, just ask me and tell me how bad you'll make my life, and then I'll give it to you. That's all they have to do. They don't have to go and start making moves. That's the problem. Like,
you just want an honest crook, right?
Exactly. That's exactly. Yeah, that's all I want. Just someone who's honest. It's like, I have this much power. I can make your life really bad. This is what I want. Let me give you 5 days to think, and I'll come back with a counter offer. That's what I want. You don't need to start doing crazy things. That's what I don't. But anyways, like I said, they don't have any evidence, so I'll be fine. And going to court, the police wrote in the report, Kaizo doesn't have a substantial income. At least my bank account is fat, so thank God for that. I can be like, this is not a So thank God my bank is fat.
You're not giving up on Kenya, are you?
Sorry?
You're not giving up on Kenya, are you? And
look, I would have gone to Ethiopia actually, instead of Kenya, and I knew why I didn't want to come to Kenya, right? And I think I was right in my abstraction. But the issue with Ethiopia is internet doesn't work, so I'll have to stay in Kenya.
Right. I don't know. Why do you think? Don't you think these problems that it is greed?
I know what it is. I know what it is. So I've abstracted some of it. So let's say even that friend of mine, the one who earns $5,000 a month, he works for Microsoft. Now, what I notice is in Kenya, and I think it's Africa generally, but let's say Kenya, which is a capitalistic country that's sort of beginning to get close to being a true middle income country. What happens here is because the landscape in Africa in general is chaotic, there isn't as much. Right, it's still you're still dealing with chaos, real time interacting with things.
There's no regulation. There's no regulation.
Right. No regulation, no standardizations. The systems aren't as reliable. The roads aren't as reliable. The drivers, you could easily, unfortunately, your life, the game mission that you're playing right now could come to an end on a road accident. So there's a lot of chaos involved. So people's mentality is still very kind of active. And we're still dealing with nomadic-based thinking styles, meaning, nomads like the Maasai, Samburus, Turkana, Somalis. These people used to go and go look after the animals, and a lion could come at any moment, or any kind of, opposing tribe, and steal the cow or kill it, right? So there was that danger that they had to be real-time aware. So African economy, if you compare it to the Western economy, is like that, nomadic versus sedentary. So let's say most of the Bantus were farming. They didn't have to be as threat aware to the the environment, because if a lion comes, it's coming into a neighborhood where they have people who could kill it. So they weren't as threat aware. My point here is, in the West we have systems where even if you lost all your money, there's a way you could build it back up if you have the relevant skills. There's more vetting and all that stuff. Over here in Africa, even a rich person who has that $5,000 a month, even he fears to lose everything. So even his behavior is the same as actual poor people. He's just as corrupt as the poor people, because at any moment, there's a back of his mind, that sort of real-time chaos awareness that it could all go at any moment. So he's trying to protect everything that he has at any cost. So so I get it. That's why even my friend, he was fighting the Matatu guy because he overcharged him 10 bob. I'm like, if you're earning $5,000 a month, it's just 10 cents. Why are you fighting someone for that? And yeah, now I get it. I get it. There's a real sense of fear, you know, because I've noticed like people literally earn so much money, but they're 30 cents they don't want to give to someone, which I really, really find weird, but I understand why. It's fear, and the fear is very primal.
You know how you just said that if somebody says, oh, you have all this money, why you whining about 10 bob? I think, no, it's not the same thing, but that's really the opposite way of somebody taking from you and saying, oh, well, you know, even if I steal from this guy, he can probably just afford it and let it go. That's one of the, you know, justifications that we give for people taking things that are not theirs. For me, I want that 10 bob because that's the rate you're charging everybody. I have fought with my tattoos over change. So yeah, I feel that. But what I'm saying is this: we have to have the same standard apply for everybody. You can't just be mad at the rich person who wants, you know, the fair price and say that, you know, somebody stealing from you is okay, because that's the mentality that people have, that, oh, it's okay to take from somebody because they have something more than you. Like I said, you know, the foreigner can come and walk away. So the local person saying, oh, even if I take from you, you'll just give up on Kenya and go somewhere else. So let me take what I can while you're still here. So no, I don't excuse both.
Dr. Keizo, seeing that you are, what you say, somebody coming from a country that is ethical as well, and you went into an environment, a wild environment where bribery is even done to actually get things done. Bribery is the custom practice to get things done. Dr. Keizo, do you think that you may have to adapt to that environment?
Wait, it's not even bribery. Bribery is one thing. This is forced bribery. And that's now the problem. Like, bribery is me getting in trouble, then coming to you and telling you as a police or someone, hey, I've made this mistake, take this money and then leave me alone. That's bribery. What happens in here is forced bribery. Whether you've done anything wrong or not, you're expected to pay a bribe. Yeah. Just so that they leave you alone and not give you
But
issues.
You see, that's the problem. Is just that bribery it should be wrong either way, whether it's good or bad. You see, the cops, for them, they don't care either way, they get the money. So whether it's good or bad, they're going to take advantage of it.
Yep. Yeah. And that's the issue. And yeah, you are right about the thing. Okay, so the 10 bob thing, what I was trying to say is choosing as in I choose my battles. I'm not going to fight someone for the 10 bob because it's a waste of my energy. It's not. But I agree with you. Obviously, I actually pay the local rates. I figure out. In fact, I have a Canadian friend. When I moved here, he showed me everything. It's like, yeah, these guys will scam me because you're a foreigner. So just know the prices. So I know the prices. I try not to get scammed, but at the same time, I won't fight someone over 10 bob just because of my own time.
No, I know, and that's part of it too. Being informed, because if you're not, people will take advantage of your ignorance, and this is everywhere you go. If you don't know something and somebody knows that you don't know, they will take advantage of you. So the first thing, going into, a place, whether to colonize or otherwise, is to, get your knowledge first. So, yeah, I agree that, people will try to take advantage of you because of your ignorance. And
but what fascinates me is, why has this become such a shock to you, Dr. Keizo? Like, come on, man, you know Kenya, you know Africa, you know Kenya. Come on.
It's not a shock, I think. It's not really a shock. It's more, okay, so how do I say this? Maybe okay.
Is that annoyance, a nuisance or something?
I think it's the first time I understand emotional logic, right? I've seen people okay, let's say there's a white woman someone who happened to be a black male did something to her, and then she gets some kind of bad feeling against all black men, right? I always just thought it's illogical. That doesn't make sense. But I think this is the first time I have emotionally been involved. I'm not an emotional person at all. I think this is the first time I've sort of been annoyed at experience happening to me. I knew it would, right? That's why I knew to avoid Kenya and go to Ethiopia instead, because of the cultural difference. They're a lot more moral in Ethiopia. People there believe in God for real. Kenya, God is more like an idol. I believe people don't believe in God here. I think in Kenya, people think God is, they worship an idol. So what I mean by that is, God God to Kenyans is not like the Most High Jehovah, who is objectively one way. To Kenyans, God is a figment of their own creation. So, for example, even when the guy is scamming you and he really needed to pay rent, he actually thanks God. It's like this is from God, you know, like.
Yeah, from God that's coming you.
They don't believe in an objective God. They believe in actually most of them are idol worshippers. But in Ethiopia, they really truly believe in their God. So that's the main difference here. No. God does not exist. It's an idol that they worship. So I knew this, but I think I just thought I was crafty enough to navigate around them, and I guess I was until this random God, you know, to save his job, decided to see me. Even though I wasn't there, you know, he must have astral projected that I was there, you know, in midday, you know, carrying a 50-inch TV somehow. Oh my good. Anyways, yeah. I think I'm just disappointed at myself also for allowing myself to get close to local people. Because even when I lived in the UK, I had no friends. I lived in my house. I went to work. I did my lecturing. I came back. I went to the gym, then I went back to do work on my company. I had no, you know, physical people I saw, because the issue when you get involved with people too often, that's when all these things happen. Most cases in life is just about you getting close to people and then drama happening, and then
that extends to what Moindetezi was also saying about loneliness and trauma in the West and all that stuff. Why some people decide to live alone or something like that, to avoid.
Oh, it makes perfect sense. Like there's so much. For example, let's say you know you are different from the people around you. If you show that you're different, and they start projecting onto that difference, you know, with their imaginations, they will now start thinking you're like a mean person if you don't give them what they think you have. For example, let's say in you know my mom's side,
you don't conform in the West, you and if you don't conform or don't look uniform like the rest, you kind of you will be basically isolated in a way.
Yeah, but let me give you context. So my mom is she's from this tribe called Luya, right? So they believe in education and they think that people are, again, I'm generalizing here on purpose, but you know, they really trust the educational process. So, and also they also think that just because you're educated, like let's say for me, I have a PhD, they will assume that I'm a millionaire or whatever. I have so much money. Now, imagine I would go there and I live next to people and people start talking, we engage, you know, some truths about my life comes out. They will start giving me, you know, their problems and what they need and all that stuff. And I'm like, I can't really support you this way. This is, you know, financially, I'm not capable of doing this to you, this other person and that other person. They will now start believing, some of them, that, hey, I have what they need. I am a mean, bad person because I'm not giving it to them. And they truly believe it. And then people obviously start getting, you know, building that resentment in their heart. And some of them, unfortunately, might start planning evil against you, because this is just human nature. So the best thing which I've learned there is just, you know, it's not learned, I just abstracted, is you don't engage with people that are not in the same level as you. That could be mindset. It's not about money, it's about mindset. Or like, you know, just belief, all of that stuff, you know. There's a reason why, let's say, the CIA doesn't take on non-American citizens and why they have a really strong vetting process. They need to make sure that you're one of the kinds of people that are going to be beneficial to their organization. So same thing, if you're going to live somewhere or work with certain people at a very close level, you need to vet them to see, okay, this is the kind of person who's going to break under this kind of pressure. This is what's going to, you know, get them to fold. I mean, this is unfortunately why a lot of our organizations have been, you know, taken over or corrupted, is there were people who were put in high positions of power that were unfortunately had very low-hanging fruit, things that they could be manipulated by external forces, or weaknesses that could be manipulated by external forces. So what I'm just learning now is just how to choose the right circle well, and you know, just learn from the mistakes that I've made so far of ignorance. That's really where I'm going with some of the knowledge I've gathered.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I'm going to tell you haven't said a bit, man. I'm giving you time to say something.
Yeah, it's a very interesting story, my brother. You know, Nairobi. Kenya is a good place for character development, and I see you're going through it right now.
Wow. It's like
Oh, fucking hell, that's fucked up. What is it? That's a heavy one. Dr. Keizo, that's salient what you just said, man. It's developing your character and you're probably gonna come out stronger.
Yeah, that's what happens.
If they don't put me in if they don't put me in committee, yeah, I'll come on stronger. So that's yeah, it's just crazy. I've never had so much chaos in my life until I came here.
Rules of engagement in
Have
Kenya.
you taken any steps to actually have you spoken to anything with the British immigration or anything like that, or recent consulate?
No, I'm not gonna go down that direction. I don't want them to know anything, because if I ever have to to make some moves, I don't want them to start there's a reason why I haven't done that, because obviously I always have 5 plans. I never have 1 plan at a time. Right. I don't want to start closing gates before that's all I can say.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, if the time comes, let's just say
It's never too good to be too hung up on an idea or something like that. If shit gets to shit, you should know what you should do to save your life.
100%. And also, when I was in police custody, the guy even threatened me. He's like, "Do you not know where you are? We can harm you." I was like, "Whoa, you want to harm me?" Yeah. So I was like, it's a very different experience. And I even told him my rights, because I know the law. And he was like, "Yeah."
Oh man, see, that's how you got. That's how you got first rookie mistake. I did that on the first one, and you don't do that.
You tell you.
Man, you just called yourself out. But let me let Mondatezi talk.
Yeah, you knew you're right. You said, "Oh my god, that's just oh my god," and I'm sure they laughed.
You know what happened is when they arrested me. First of all, I should have never gone with them, right? I know I should have just said, "Hey, where's the arrest warrant? Where's the search warrant? You're not coming to my house." Simple. I'd have reported them and sent it to my lawyer immediately. But I was just thinking, maybe my friend got drunk and I didn't even know why they were here, right? I was just confused. So I let them in. Then we went to to take my statement. Somehow, he created some weird story. "I'm going to put you in a cell because of this." I was like, okay, obviously that's contrived. Then I told him, "This is illegal. You can't put someone in a cell because of eyewitness testimony of one person." So the guy started calling me stupid, and then he went and found a fake witness to corroborate the other witness. I was stupid enough to have forced him to go.
You're so innocent.
Yep. I made a mistake.
You shouldn't walk around. You should hire like a local Kenyan just to talk your way out of things. Just say, "Bwana mkubwa hajui Kiswahili." I will speak for him, because one of the things that I'm not saying it could have. One of the things that some of these people are watching out for is that whole, once you start talking all that Western rights and warrants and legal stuff like that, they turn off completely. You know what they're looking for? You should call them boss. Yeah, and then you have to say them and then see what they want to say. I can't even do that. Like, I know when I come back, you really do know how to. Somebody who talks to them their language, like,
they call me stupid. I'm like,
because you probably did some very stupid things in their eyes.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. In fact, let me tell you something. You should. I don't know. Okay, I just see the way the way you went through it is like you went too far. Like, how did you the rule in Kenya, the rule in Nairobi? I've lived in Nairobi for a while. The rule is, you never make it to the station. Like, just that's the.
Yep, exactly. Oh my goodness! Please kill him.
Whatever happens, don't make it. Do whatever you do, but don't make it to the station. That's just the rule. Like, when you meet it, I've been in trouble so many times. Like, at the end of the day, you just be direct. Like, if you're not being direct, be direct. If you don't have the language, you just say, What do you like? How do we help each other here? You know,
Yeah, how do we handle this, but not in a direct way?
That when I was in the cell, but I didn't understand what he was talking about while he was making his face.
That's the language of talking. Actually, that's the language you talk to everybody in the government. How do we help each other? If you're anywhere in the government, how do we help each other?
How do we help each other?
Tunasaidiana aje? Tusaidiane aje hapo?
Tuongee hivi tu.
How do we help?
Hivi tu tutasaidiana aje?
No, but then, okay, here's the problem now. Can I trust the legal system for the judge and the prosecutor to do their job? Or this is not where I'm.
The judge
will they do their job the right way?
Yeah.
Will the judge and the prosecutor do their job the right way, or are they going to?
Okay, your case is not your case. Yeah, they'll do your case is not. The judge and the prosecutor will do. Probably they don't even think you'll make it in front of a judge, but because the prosecutor will probably dismiss the case because the DPP probably will see there's no evidence and he can't even take it in front of a judge. So the problem. So the problem is with you and the police. That's the problem.
They told me
that
okay, they told me that there's a hearing on next month where the prosecutor will decide if he's gonna carry it forward.
Yeah, it won't. If there's no evidence, the prosecutor is not going to take it in front of a judge. But
yeah, they didn't have any evidence. Just the eyewitness guy, and then the second character, they found him some. I spoke to a police chief. He said, "Yeah, when I caught up people from the street to act as, is that true? They just find." Yeah.
I'm telling you. The rule is don't make it to the police station. What you're supposed to do is how do we help each other? Yeah, in fact, you're supposed to tell them right there and then. I'm not going with you. I'm not going to the police station. How do we help each other? They'll give you the threats. They'll give you the script, the threats. That's just the script.
It's a whole script. It's like everybody.
I see. Wow. So I wish there was like a pamphlet that for in Nairobi that was just all the important information like this, because I focus so much on being scammed. So for example, last time I was in Nairobi I was scammed many times, and I said to myself, okay, I won't be scammed this time, and I wasn't. But then this other crazy thing happened because I didn't. This other side was I was focused so much on not losing money that I didn't think that they might put like a really, really big fishy plan. And like I said, I really thank God that my friend was with me when they arrested me, because if she wasn't there, imagine they would have said, "Oh, this is the padlock you broke it in. This is the knife it was used to cut this rope. We found it in your house," and that would have now have enough evidence in court to at least say, why were you in possession of things that were A, are not yours, B, found. Blah, blah, blah. So
you're already thinking in the wrong way. You're
taking it to some higher levels. This one should have been squashed, at the scene.
You're not supposed to get out. You're not supposed to get even to the police station. That's not the way it's supposed to at the court. You're supposed to think, okay, how do we help each other? Because I'm not going with you. Whatever, you can pick all the evidence you want, but I'm not going with you. So that's how it's supposed to be tough also.
So you were supposed to bribe or something, or incentivize something like that.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, but you don't say it outright like that.
You have to learn this.
all that time I was in the cell, that's what he kept asking. It's like, we can tunaweza ongea. I was like, what do you mean? He was really.
Oh my goodness! Wow. Oh my God. Oh, man, I feel bad for the cop.
I think
not even for you. He's trying to work with you, and and here you are just being flabbergasted and no. Especially when he says that to ongea. That means that negotiations are on.
Yeah, wow. In fact, negotiations are on the day when they come and say they're coming to arrest you. Just that is where the negotiations start and end.
Yeah, but he's still up to that point, still leaving the door open. So he tried to work with you.
Yeah, man. Like me.
Well, I just pray to God now that again. So if the prosecutor dismisses it, great. If the judge dismisses it, great. Even if it goes through, that there is no evidence. Now the problem would be, the longness of cases in Kenya. They'll just waste my time.
Yeah,
That's not.
That's what they will do. They will waste your
Is
time.
it public defender or you're paying for your own lawyer?
No, I'm paying my own lawyer. Apparently, they're good lawyers, from what I've
Now,
heard.
look, now that's where your money is just wasted. You see,
Wow.
now you should have just that money for the lawyer. You should have just given to the.
That's what he said. That's what the police said. He says, you know, lawyers are here just to eat your money. It's better you pay something once. And
He's so right. Just giving you free advice.
Yeah,
but
you should learn Nairobi.
I'm
Nairobi
sorry
has-
for you, Dr. K. I'm not laughing at your misery. You know, it's like your scams. You have once you're scammed, you know, you learn. So next time, I don't think there will be a next time. But if this happened,
Next time we'll be wise. We'll be
Yeah.
character development.
from now on, no one will know where I live. You know, the issue is that person who claims I stole from them knew where I lived. You know, I will make sure no one knows where I live. You know, that's the thing. So if the police call me, I'll just tell them.
Still find you.
Sorry.
The police will still find you, even if you don't. They'll know where you live. It's not hard. They're not as incompetent as they may look. They have seen them.
Yeah, there's so many.
They'll get you. They know how to get you. They know.
There's so many no-clothes police officers in Nairobi. I didn't realize.
Yeah, they're everywhere.
Yeah.
Every estate has like 5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been given. I was given a headlock by one. I was by CID. I was in real trouble, bro. These guys, they cleaned out my M-Pesa. You know, but man, and they came, all of them, and they were like a whole team. They put me in the van where they are doing surveillance, and they were all showing me, giving me the script. You know, then I was like, okay, this is the amount of money.
So if that is true, why is there terrorism in the country? Because like you mentioned, these guys seem like they really know how to get guys.
There is not terrorism is
not now, but back in the days, yeah.
Yeah, it's not as much as it should be. Like, we are living next to like literally the open borders over there. So these guys, they know what they do. They know what they do, man. They are. I've seen. In Nairobi, I have been friends with the guys who partake in the hub. When you go to that, these are you will think the police don't know. They know you. They know you. They know they will get you. Like man, police in Kenya are not they like to play dumb, but if they want to get you, they'll get you. I don't know how they do it, but they have their ways. But they just know how to get you. They know everything. In short, nothing happens in Kenya without the police knowing. That's what I'm just trying to say. So don't think that, oh my God, I'm a secret guy. Sick. I live in. Nobody knows. If somebody reports you, the police will get you. We find them in your door. Same way. Even if you didn't know if you didn't think that, oh, I'm hidden, I'm living in secret, you'll just find them in your door the same way. Same way. They know. So yeah, man. But now you have character development. Now you're a little bit wiser, and
now.
Now you know how to.
I've been baptized.
Now you know next time there will be a next time, but they don't lie to yourself that there won't be a next time. There will be a next time. But
so you can't just avoid it by being, it will happen anyways, basically.
Yeah, it will happen.
It's just how you deal with it. Yeah.
That's how you do it. Sometimes it won't even be somebody reporting you. Sometimes they're just on the road.
Yeah, there've been random events. You're just driving and when somebody sees you and sees money.
You find yourself that, oh man, now you're in some issues. Like, how did I get here? Now you have to know how to sweet talk your way. Sometimes some guy, I have a friend of mine, the thing. He doesn't even pay. I don't know how, he really knows how to talk, man. And if you're a Kenyan and you are lucky that policeman is from, your tribe, you can even, you can even.
Hey, look at us spilling all the secrets of Kenya. At least we're not violent like some people in the West.
Yeah, man. At least you will. At least you won't die.
Yes. Take comfort in that.
Yeah, take comfort. But me, I've never made it to a cell because man, I don't know how did you go that the cell? I know I've heard rumors about the cell, especially in
Well,
a Friday.
I heard that they take one of your shoes. They take one shoe.
Yeah, I don't know why. Why did he take my shoe? What the hell? Like, the guy's like, in get you. Okay, I was like, okay. And he's like, so have you had? I was like, okay. Why is he taking my shoe? Is it that if I run away, that they'll be able to identify me as the one shoe? I don't understand.
Yeah, man. It's like, this is like when they take one shoe, probably when you walk away from the police station or through they can recognize that you're a fugitive immediately.
No.
Yeah, man. But man, I don't know, man. I don't know how you survive in a cell. Me, I'll do everything not to get in that cell because
you're tough. You're naive, but you're tough.
Yeah, like bro, because me, my biggest fear is the bucket. Like yeah, the bucket. Did you like?
Oh yeah, they give you a bucket to use for latrine. I was there for 4 days.
There, then you cleaned it, and
oh no, I think I had to clean it myself.
You are tough. You have got
like I don't know how you survive, bro.
I know, man. Not even regular Kenyans can. Yeah, but you, I give you your props and everything.
Me, I can never.
That's stuff.
But what do you have to say about the trauma of Kenya in regards to Dr. Kato's situation and this corrupt behavior? What do you have to say to it regarding to trauma and all that?
Corruption is, I don't know, man. Corruption is in all over Africa, but yeah, in Kenya, it's like it's I don't know if you can relate it to trauma. I don't think even it's trauma. Of course, the police, their ways are not, and they come from colonial history. That is how they come up with these ways of it's not even a service; it's a force. Look how my brother was treated. They walk around with impunity, but when it comes to Kenya, what I found that is special is that yes, we have corruption, but I think it's not as bad as it used to be, my brother. Like you see, my brother here, at least he didn't clean the bucket, because I remember back in the day, guys, they'll make you clean. But before I think even the new constitution and this office of the public prosecutor has made at least. That's why I'm very confident, my brother. If there's no evidence, you won't even make it in front of a judge. The public prosecutor is actually on your side because he's trying to clean up that shit the police do. Like they mistreat people just for trumped up charges. So what I found that is interesting in Kenya is stuff like that. Like that there is a move and there is a push to actually end this type of trauma, this type of response of which the police is just working with impunity. And also, corruption is not corruption is not in Kenya. No. In Kenya, we are blessed. We are blessed that we don't have minerals. So things like corruption, it hurts the economy. If it really hurts the economy, the government feels it. Because that's where they get their money from. The government gets money from people. The government is stuck with us. So it doesn't have any other. It's not like maybe Nigeria, where the government can just sell oil and say, what, screw you guys. I don't need you guys. I'm getting money from the oil, But here there is no oil. There is no mineral. It's just taxes from people who are working. So if you screw with the people, you screw with your own. So you're screwing the goose. So you find that there is this relationship between people.
Is it possible?
Yeah.
Is it possible that a judge can believe so? Someone who just finished their PhD last year, started his company, has enough money in his bank, came to Kenya in Nairobi to steal some $5,000 worth of laptops. over, would they believe the security guard over something like that where there's no evidence, no physical prints? They didn't take any prints, they don't have any physical nothing, just
it's not going to the judge unless you have like a bad lawyer, you know. Although, you know, or you piss people off. You know, I don't know. I think that one can also land you into some. I don't think they'll take you in front of a judge, but they'll just make your time very uncomfortable. Because I don't think it will make it to a judge if there's no real evidence. Because the public prosecutor, really doesn't like. You know, he also doesn't want to waste his time. You know, he's also somebody who has. So he doesn't want to waste time on a mediocre case.
And women gonna want to prove themselves more or something than men. I don't know. It's a woman prosecutor. Won't they want to prove themselves more in a male-dominated field?
Nah, I don't know.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
I don't think so. It's not going to go to. It's going to be dismissed at her level. She's just going to.
Yes.
Yeah, just let it go.
Oh, okay. But in reality, yeah, because usually when I saw the other cases, when I went to to take the plea or something, I saw people who sold chickens. There was like a chicken there. Some guy stole. Like they actually have evidence. They brought the chicken. Then another guy who stole like a hammer. But he was given like a 50K fine, stealing an 800 shilling hammer. That's mad.
But yeah, you touch me with
so they
stole a hammer.
Yeah, the guy stole a hammer from Naivas or something. And he's given 50K fine. I don't get it, man.
Caught for stealing a hammer. But that's hilarious. You just paid for the hammer.
And the nails also.
Oh,
okay.
So okay. Now nails, that's a different story.
So much more. Yeah, I was seeing some mad things. I saw a case there for 3 years. Like just over nothing, just small things. People are like going on.
That's what happens when you piss them off. When you piss them off, that's what they happen. You're just going to be having court dates over court dates over court dates over court dates. So just don't piss people off. Just
have to be respectful.
Yeah, so that.
But I was thinking when I go for the hearing, I'll be like, Kaiser. I'll be like, no. It's Dr. Kaiser to you. I was going to say this. Thank God I'm not going to off anymore.
Nope, you better go in there with your heart in your hand and be all yes on your honor.
It's so weird. I saw the guys like saying, I'm praying that Your Honor, Kaiser works online. You need to give him a bail of small money. This, like, I was like, why are you begging this guy? Just tell him, mate, listen.
That's how you. Oh my goodness.
Oh my.
That's especially if it's a not like a female judge, but talk about how you're trying to do good, you like the country, and these people are just trying to thwart what you're trying to do. So yeah,
emotional arguments are better here than pure logic arguments. Because I was just like, listen, Your Honor, why the hell would I go around stealing TV in broad daylight when I can be seen and believe the word of this dusty security guard whose income is less than my shoelace?
You say that line and you're going to be thrown for a week just because.
Wow. I see.
But
wow.
I think things are changing because I think even in the new budget today, there's a new budget I think it was read today, the budget was read today, and they activated the judiciary fund that now the judiciary is going to be even more independent than it is, because right now they're going to be getting their own funds. They don't have to rely on the executive.
That's good.
So that means they have potential to sort of do things the right way more rather than leaning on whatever the.
And they won't be underfunded. That's the thing. They won't be.
Oh, and let me just get on that funding thing. That's very important because you see everybody is trying to get your money. So the policeman thinks, why don't you just give me this money instead of you're going to give it to the judge or the lawyer anyway? So you know, with the independence of the judge, you can bypass the policeman and just go try to get justice from the court, actual justice. So when the courts are you know, independent, they don't have to rely on, you know, the little, you know, kidogo money. You know, now they can actually do their job.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, more.
I think
more.
that
I'm not saying it's going to wipe it out all the way instantly, but yeah, it's a move.
Right, I see. You know, it's interesting. I think Japan's system reminds me of what Africa's system should be, as in, because in Japan, actually, they don't send people to prison, especially for stealing, things like that. They only send them to prison for things like rape and, you know, murder and those kinds of things. And they have like a 99% conviction rate. So meaning, like, if you've done those things, they really know, okay, this is the evidence, and they convict you. But for most things, they send you on community service. So they're more of, okay, go and fix the problem that you created. If it's money, you pay back the time in the community. It's really kind of what I think African system is trying to be. But in Africa, we do it through corruption. But it's one of those things. It's like, don't ruin someone's life for something which there's a chance for them to rehabilitate. But obviously still make sure that they pay back, and, you know, especially if it's something you can pay back. Obviously things like murder and rape, it's very difficult, you know, to whatever. But yeah, because of the victims involved. But yeah, I see that Africa kind of, they really should look in that system and integrate their own and create their own. But following the Western way of, you know, retribution, we want to, you know, punish you for something, it's not African actually, because it's not how we work anyways. We work on a very different process. And I think that would be good. And the good thing, when I went to the magistrate court, I didn't see anyone wearing those funny European wigs. I was very, very impressed.
See, progress is happening. You know, sometimes it might not be as fast or as noticeable, but go ahead.
Yeah, like we're talking about progress, like that public prosecutor thing. That's progress. Nobody knows this, but if you have been in Kenya long enough, you know that wasn't a thing before. Before it was the police taking you directly to the judge. There was no. Yeah.
Oh, really? Yeah. They were working together before. It's just who's going to get the money, you know, the cops or the judge. So, you know, nowadays...
Now it's the public prosecutor. So you are shielded that they so that, you know, they dismiss your case before it goes in front of a judge. That helps you even further, because now, because the judge is always risky, because you don't know which way you can swing, you know. You see, but the public prosecutor gives you an extra layer of, like, your case is seen fast. You know, it makes your case seen like twice.
Interesting. Now, is it the case won't be going? The prosecutor will look at it like next month. Is there? Should I go? Sorry, should someone in this situation go and try to speak to them, or just let them do their thing? That's now the question.
Yeah. Okay. No. I don't know. I don't know if that's ethical or appropriate.
Right.
I don't know. And it can backfire on you, you know. Now it's like
that's not.
Now you're trying too hard. They might look at it as, if you try too hard to show that you're innocent, they might think you're guilty in a twisted way. Like if you're showing too much, they're like, what's up with the guy? But you still have to. I'd say talk to your lawyer, because he might advise you. Like you can write a letter. Sometimes a letter, just stating the circumstances or your side of the story. That might be something he might be able to present in court. But
your lawyer probably knows how to. Although.
But if you don't, some lawyers, if you don't follow with them, they don't really take an active, interest in your case. Okay, so you have to. Sorry.
So I've been told that my lawyers are good lawyers. I've been told that my lawyers are good, but also I've seen that they don't really want to do the whole corruption paying thing. They seem to be very straightforward. They're like, oh, I don't recommend it, and this, and I guess they keep saying, this is hearsay, there's no evidence, and all that kind of stuff. So they seem confident that there's nothing here really apart. But then also the police is holding back some of the evidence. They haven't even given the official charge sheet. They created one, then they told me, oh, that's not the real one. So why are they going to charge me again?
That's how you know the case is going nowhere.
Yeah. It's just. But just document,
Yeah.
you know, everything they tell you, any information, who you talk to, information,
But
you know,
don't worry,
ready.
don't worry.
Just
Things are changing slowly. The public prosecutor got their power very recently, actually. Because before they were being bypassed, then the police just took you directly to the judge. But now they got. I think it was just even last year or 2 years ago. I think it was just last year or 2 years ago when it was ruled.
so this system is really new.
Yeah, that it was ruled that, hey, the public prosecutor is the one that determines who goes to court and who doesn't go to court. It's so I think this public prosecutor probably, they're usually professional. You know, they're lawyers. They're not like the police.
Oh,
You know?
okay.
They don't think the
I see,
same
I
way
see.
the police guy thinks. You know, they
Like the
have different
cops.
levels. These are lawyers. These are trained lawyers. So they're not going to think. They're going to think in a more. They're more wiser. They're more, you know, big picture people. They're not. So you're not going to deal with somebody like that.
Okay.
You know. So
yeah, you'll be
probably.
okay.
I
I hope
see.
this therapy session has been helpful.
Yeah, you know, this is a therapy.
I'm learning so much.
Confess your sins, and everybody tells you it's okay. You're just a human being, you know. Typical therapy stuff, you know.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, therapists are the new priests of that's the modern priests. Like you know, you just go there and then they tell you what you're telling them. It's like, I don't feel well. Why don't you feel well? Because of this. Then why don't you? Man, what the hell are you telling? You just pay to be asked questions. You know that. It's just.
Now, do you think the prosecutors have tried to contact me, because I had like 5 missed calls from my private number, but I don't pick up private calls or any call.
I don't pick up calls from my number, not even private calls. I don't pick up calls from numbers I don't know. That's just something I do.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Even me.
Just something.
Because why they put it like? Go ahead.
No, I'm saying, you know, if they need to contact you, usually they should do it through your lawyer or, you know, through some formal means. I mean, I don't know how often they actually call somebody, but yeah, I think they should contact you through your lawyer or, yeah.
Well, brother, don't worry. The time will come when you'll be the one very bull-headed fighting police in front of you. It's just you're just breaking in.
Okay, this is baptism.
Yes.
Bull-headed. Yes. These police people are going to be the one who just. These guys are going to be annoying you, and they're just going to be like bull-headed with them, because it's going to be even in a courtroom, you won't be intimidated in a court. Like, I know guys like that. Guys who, like, you just don't. Even me, I used to be very afraid of the police. Then after just a couple of encounters, now you're just like, you know, oh god, this.
You know the system. You know exactly the game. The
words. And you know their mentality. You know what they're looking for, what they mean, what they say. You know. So yeah.
And there's always that comfort that you can get away with.
Yeah.
Worst comes to worst, you'll get away with a little bit of change. You can get away with that. So there's just that. It's just.
It's the fortunate tax, you know, we all have to pay from time to time.
But you know, that tax makes me feel like, you know, it makes you feel safe even when you've done something wrong.
It makes you feel what?
I don't know if this is a good thing or it's a bad thing. It makes you feel safe even when you've done something wrong.
Oh, yeah, it does. It really does.
Yeah.
You know, when I went to get my ID, I had one of my friends help me, and I was, you know, because I didn't have I've never had an ID, and I'm obviously like almost 30. The guy was trying to create stories, and he was trying to charge me 6K. In fact, it wasn't even me talking; it was my friend talking for me, and he wanted 6K for, you know, processing my ID, and I think my friend was able to bargain it back down to 1,500. I was willing to pay the 6K. Which is crazy.
Wow. See, that's your lawyer that you need to walk around with. That guy who can negotiate from 6 to 1.5. Oh man, you need that guy.
Right.
But go ahead. No, it's not that you can't, that you don't have the money to pay. It's just how do you get out of it in the best way, and being able to negotiate. People do respect people who can negotiate. It's just about the talking, and he would be happy with the 6K, but guess what? He was happy with the talk. For us, we'll give a little talk in exchange of, a little money. We also do that. The guy was probably, entertaining him, or, doing all this stuff, Yeah, so that whole social glue, and people who are like that, yeah, you need people like that. Okay, when you go somewhere, because even me, when I came here, my initial experiences with people, Black people especially, was not good, and I kept away from them for the longest time. But afterwards, when you start to understand, firstly, people's history, people's environment, situation, how they go about things, and so on, you start to, and it takes a lot of time. It doesn't just happen, by a year or two. Finding a few good people, and don't trust one person with everything. If somebody's good at one thing, that's all they're good at. If somebody's good at business, don't try to make him your best friend. If somebody's good at negotiating, yeah, you're not going to go out, drinking with him or whatever. So just, know how to look at people, what they're good at, what you can use them for. The same way they're looking at you at what you're good at and what they can use you for, is the same mentality you should have with people. Not as, I'm going to, help you out. No, you're not helping anybody. You're trying to get the best for yourself. So if there's somebody who can save you 4.5K, hey. So yeah, find the right people for the right jobs, and look at people, what you can get from them, not just what you can give them. It's a fair exchange, but know that, approach them the same way that they're approaching you. They're trying to get something from you too. So negotiation is, everybody gets, a fair deal.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, that's beginning to actually make sense for me. So it's a whole process. It's a procedure. Because after when I got arrested, I stopped doing my my restaurant stuff, because now I'm just scared that the police will come and give me stress.
Oh man, no!
I got demoralized. Yeah.
Don't stop just for these fools. Yeah, you'll know, and then when you deal with enough of them, you'll know how to spot one in an instant, and like, this person, yeah, this person is not serious, or this person is good at something, but if I give him too much, he will take a lot. So yeah.
Wow, yeah, it's a really big learning learning thing, and in a way, I'm glad it happened now instead of later.
No, it's good. It's good to learn, because the worst one is being somewhere or trusting somebody for a long time, and then they stab you in the back at the end. It's better, just like you say, be an honest crook. Stab me now, so I know to avoid you in a dark alley.
Yeah, because now I've learned. It's like. Keep my circle short. I mean, by circle, people who I share any relevant information about myself, and then just build a network of useful people that can help, and I can help them in certain areas that we are interested in, and just keep it there. Don't bring your negotiator into your private life, or depending on, obviously, things like that.
Yeah. People are just, they have their weaknesses and strengths and so on. So you get what you can, and you just keep at what you know, which is you. You can't control other people. You can only work, with them to a certain extent. And once you find the good people, once you get rid of, or how to spot, and you won't always know, there's some people are really good at pretending, or just showing another face. But another thing I'll also say is this whole respect. Respect is a very big thing. Like, sometimes we do go overboard, like people just call each other all these outrageous, names. But when you show respect to people, even if you think that they're just, here's the thing: if you go into court and call your white man or something, this no good, useless, dirty man, and so on, that gives him the justification to say, this person was going to, he's a mean person anyway. So So even if you feel that, you people are so ignorant, or you don't know this or that, it's better, just, if you don't feel it, just blank face. Don't let them know that you think. Yeah. You get what I'm saying? Yeah.
Right. There's wisdom that needs to be applied because these people can take you down. They can make plans against you, and they feel justified if you've not treated them well.
Yeah, and for
especially
petty reasons, you know, sometimes it's just a very small thing, and you know, somebody can just have it in their mind, and now out of something small that you said, which you probably dismissed, and somebody has it now in their head, which you could have, you know.
Yeah, because I never gave that watchman any money, because with my cousin's house, I always give the watchman money, but for this guy, I never. And again, the friend introduced me as, oh, this is someone from, you know, XYZ country. So he probably expected me somehow to just, you know, maybe I said hi to the security guard before, but I never, you know, gave him any sort of money. So maybe he thought this guy's mean.
And that's another thing. When you start giving, they'll keep expecting. So every time, you know, they see you, now you're like, if you start giving and then you stop, you know, now that's inconsistent on your part, and then it's like you made a false promise. So for me, when it comes to our people, I think that we should stop the begging mentality, and it goes both ways. If you're going to give your hard-earned money for something, make somebody hard-earn it too, you know. So yes. So if somebody does an extra good thing, or if they're consistent, or even if you feel like, okay, I want to help this person, but give them for something. So let's say your watchman, oh, you know, you always come in time. Thank you for your service, or you do this, or you send him on an errand, whatever it is, make somebody work for what you give them. Hello? Yeah, are you still there? Oh, okay. Yeah, no. That's all. You know. Yeah. So don't give anything for free. Don't expect anything for free.
What about women? Why is it that I've seen that women in Nairobi are lazy? Why is this?
Please explain and expound.
Okay. Give me a second, because. Okay, from my experience, I've tried to help different type of people by giving them work, things like that. So imagine there's this friend of mine. She's from Rwanda, and she's had like a vegetable stand. I could see immediately this shop is not going to work. I literally could, because I used to work there next to a restaurant, my restaurant. Now I could see that she's not selling anything, and she's paying someone maybe 150 to 200 a day to watch her store. So she's making a loss. Now, the person who she employed, to me, she was so lazy. Like, she was half the time talking with the guys from my restaurant. Then finally, the Rwandese girl closed the shop, and then, you know, had to fire her, of course. Now, she felt really entitled. She was like almost annoyed at her for closing the shop when she's clearly not making a profit, right? So there was that entitlement. Then I offered her a job. She wanted a so-called loan, which I know that she's not going to pay back. I don't give loans. I only give money that I don't mind if I get back or not. You know, if they want to pay back, it's great. But if they don't, I'm also okay. Now, this girl didn't really want a real job. She just sort of wanted the money, but not the job. Then the other guy, I told him, look, I need a fundi to come fix my bed. The guy said, are you serious? He went and found the fundi in 5 minutes, came here, I paid him his 200, and then we fixed my bed. The girl, she needed money too, but she didn't want it. And again, this is consistent. It's not like one experience.
Why do they want money? I think you know, maybe there is a culture of entitlement. I don't know. I can't really say right now where it comes from. Is it just the women, or is it the men as well?
Everyone is entitled, actually. Everyone.
I think maybe. Okay, I'll take a crack at it, but I'm not sure. I think maybe we have maybe devalued work, and you know, we look at the kinds of, you know, everybody's told be 1, 2, 3, the engineer, doctor, lawyer, and anything else is usually not you know, that much respected. So I think people who don't achieve a sort of the typical success story, I think for them, they don't feel that their work is really of that importance, and they're really just idling time. I think that would be the mentality of that lady. You're not really doing anything productive or useful, it might be because there's also this this over-education. You know, in Kenya, people are educated, but the jobs are just not there. So a lot of people are really underqualified for the jobs that they do. So some of them might take it just, oh, you know, I'm just doing this because I need the money, but I could be doing something else which I can't do. So they do look down on the jobs that they're doing, and they don't really do them with with that motivation. So
Right.
you look at look at the difference between the lawyers. As Menatezi was saying, that's a good lawyer, he knows what he's doing, all of this stuff. So at that level, there's a certain professionalism and pride in your work. But when people look at just certain types and everything, most of everything else is really looked down upon. Especially like the lady at the restaurant, maybe she people who pass by, they look at her like, oh, this, especially if there's a nicer place, they're passing her to go to a nicer place. It's a certain kind of clientele, so they will be constantly be looking down on that girl. So on top of not like,
right.
Yeah. So there's it's the mentality of work is also important. How do we view work? And that's also another difference between us and maybe the European culture. Europeans view work as like a chore, a punishment, something that has to be overcome. But if you look at Africans traditionally, people really did take pride in their work. Even people who went to the farm, I cannot imagine somebody just being on the farm digging for hours on end. That sort of monotony, I can't, but they did it, So people, even building a house, they would come together and build a house for people and sort of that sort of thing. People did take pride in work, and work was considered, but in the new system, there's a hierarchy of labor. So the people at the top, they can take pride in their work, but the people at the bottom will constantly feel like they are, the work is undervaluing their lives.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That
so
actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So, and people, even if you get paid, you still feel like, oh, I'm doing something. I'm being productive, or I'm changing. I'm doing something important. And that's another thing with even customer service is terrible in Kenya, because people don't really value it as being useful. All they do is, oh, I'm just answering phones. They don't realize that you're actually giving a full experience to somebody, and you're walking them through certain steps. So some of the times, even you go to a restaurant, somebody, the waiter has an attitude, or the food is low, there's no apologies for it. So people who don't really take pride in their work, not that you have to be like super proud of it, but at least just look at it as necessary. Even somebody who cleans the toilet, even if it's not the best kind of job, but it is necessary. If it wasn't for that person, things would be very difficult for everybody. So,
I went to Kibera once with my friend, and I found this really strange behavior from this woman. I don't know if she's the owner or she's made to work there, but it was during lunchtime. So we went to sit somewhere. I just wanted to sit somewhere and drink soda. And she asked me, what food are you going to eat? I wasn't really feeling hungry. I didn't even know what. I was just wanted to sit down and drink the soda. She said to us, what do you want? We said, I would just have the soda for now. She said, if you're not going to eat, you should leave because it's lunchtime. And I looked around, there's no one there. So I was seriously confused at what was going on in this place. Does this person know how business works at all? Like about people feeling comfortable, whether they will return, patronize, bring someone else. So we left again an empty place. We went to another place, and guess what? The guy gave us an extra smoky. He gave us extra fries. He just treated us really well. And guess what? I've been there before, and I will come back there again.
Yeah,
it's weird. It's like she has no concept of how business is done. It's like
but there is let's go back to colonial education, because Monetezi mentioned something about corporal punishment, and somebody said, were we always doing that, or is that something that we learned? And I'm sure we had some forms of discipline, but I don't know if it's the sort of stuff that we've seen sometimes in the schools, in boarding schools, where teachers sometimes just go overboard. And even in our education system is actually very robust. Like they teach a great amount of information, and we're very competitive, even worldwide. But it's competition in employment, not so much in entrepreneurship, which is something that we're really lacking in that terms, because we don't really teach people how to, start business, how to, maintain one, how to, people just open a business as long as you're getting a little money, you're okay. People don't think about, expansion of, vertical integration, supply lines, so many of those things that, people just have to learn really by experience, whereas we have done it before and we're not really, disseminating that knowledge. And the time to do that is not really in college for me. I think it should be done in high school, where the children now, well, now they're becoming teenagers, they're starting to think about, their future. What do you want to be, and so on. That's the time to introduce, business as an option to just, going to school. And going to school should be one, but even if you go to school, you should also be thinking of doing other things. And I think that spirit of innovation, entrepreneurship, we haven't really taught it, to the youth. The youth have the ideas, and they have, they have ways, things that they want to do, but nobody really tells them about implementation. Because even if you have a good idea, you still have to, market it. You still have to know who to approach, how to approach it, how to write a proof of concept, how to, look at the profitability return, all those things. So just having an idea, just like we said, somebody could be good at one thing, but they're not good at another. So somebody could have the ideas, but they also need, business partners to get it into, of fruition. So it's not that we don't know, we just haven't put all the parts together. And the business part of it is, I think, one of the ones that are sorely lacking.
From what I've seen so far in my experiences, Kenyans, or in Africa, or let's just say Kenyans for now, are good at problem solving, but not opportunity creating.
Mm-hmm.
So I keep seeing very, very ingenuitive way of solving a problem, but then I don't see the opportunity creating. Like I see a shop that sells water. Why are they not selling smoothies? A lot of young women are gonna want their boyfriends to buy them that.
Yeah, they're not thinking of like the expansion. Once it's like, oh, my water is profitable, and so that's it. That's it. They're making a living from it, and then they don't see, that you could. It's that the mentality. That's why mentality is so important. It's not that people are, just dumb. It's just that they haven't really been taught to apply their skills. They haven't been given all the different ways of doing things. You can only create opportunities if you somebody who is, who has been taught that opportunities should be created, not just taken. We are just told that opportunities will be there, and this is that hopeful, praying for things and hoping for the best, thing that we do. Like, oh, if I go to school, I hope that there's going to be a job out there waiting for me, knowing full well that even people around you are struggling to find them. So, instead of doing that, we should really, and the solution, I think, is going to come from the young people. Once they get fed up, with just sitting around waiting and having to, wait for something, either, a company to open or the government to help, then maybe they'll come together and see how they can work together. Who has the ideas? Who has, the connections? Who has the, technology and so on? Yeah.
Okay, and why do people eat fair?
Eat what?
Fair.
Eat fat?
What you wanna fair? What you wanna call a fair? Cuckoo. Why?
Oh, okay. Cuckoo.
No. What you wanna call a fair? Fair as in the transport money. Why do people eat the transport money?
Oh, those kids who get sent to school and end up halfway. Is that what you're talking about?
No. Like, okay, so here, if you let's say you have a friend, you ask them to come visit you, you send them the money. They say, oh, I don't have the fare to come. So you send it to them, and then they don't show up.
Oh, okay. Oh, now we're just going into different levels of corruption. That's just another way that, that the government is allotted a certain amount of money for a certain project, and that project never gets done. Everything that we do is a micro. Yeah. It's just it's a mentality through and through, and that's why we say a country has to have a bigger, agenda or a bigger vision for the people. Because if you don't, everybody will just look out for their own interests. They won't see a reason to do something.
That's a really good point. So yeah, no, that's a really salient point. Wow. Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah, because I was wondering why are Chinese companies building roads in Kenya when there's 132 road civil engineering companies in Kenya? Why is it the big projects are given to China? And I realized it's because many Kenyan companies, or let's just say many Kenyan contracting jobs just won't get finished.
Yeah,
interesting. It's really sad. Actually,
it is. It truly is, because at the same time, somebody is like, I already have the money. Why should I finish the project? You know, who's going to make me? Who is going to make me?
Interesting. So over here, do people not have the mentality of, okay, so you want something. This thing is important to you to be done. You've given me money to do this project, so I'll do my best to do this. I don't believe people think that way. People here think like, it's almost like, I want your money. I will say and do whatever it takes to money. After I have the money, then that's it. Interesting.
Yeah, because
so there's
no greater reason for it. You know, you already have what you wanted.
It's just money, yeah. Wow, that's it's actually kind of sad in a way, because I believe that's holding us back, because if people really thought about the nation, the consequences of the actions, there'll be far more things done to a certain standard. But so now it's just, I want the money. How do I get the money? And that's it.
That's it.
I will do or say anything within those lines, because I remember when I tried to buy a bucket, I asked for a red bucket. This guy brings a blue one, and then he insists to me that it's red.
Wow.
He didn't even try to say, oh, it's the same thing. It does the same job. He really insisted that that's a red bucket. I was just like, wow.
Don't trust your lying eyes.
I was just like, wow. So this is a so-called red bucket. Okay. And I was just like, yeah, I've noticed that. It's like, they really, it's a very different culture. And I think that's, you had the main point there. We need to start building a culture of, taking pride into the fact that we're building something. This is a nation. This will impact our kids, also our legacies, and that this actually matters. I think that culture, that honor culture, we really do need to develop it. Because I think the whole money thing, I know money helps Kenya, like, not get into war, civil war, because, people, when they had the issues, when they had it, people realized, okay, if we fight, I can't get my milk, so, let's stop fighting. They realize they need each other, but so it helps us remain peaceful, but it kind of stops the development of the country too at the same time.
Yeah, it's the price of peace. It's the price of peace that we're paying. And, for me, back to Magufuli, because we do have the blueprint of how it can be done, or how the process can start. It's such a tragedy that our great leaders never see through their projects. We only see a taste of what could have been. And he only was in power for what, 5 years? Yeah. And we're something like 60 or 50 years old as countries, and we have not really seen a successful experiment carried out long term. If we had people like Magufuli, if firstly you clean up your house, there's nobody who is going to get away with things, and they're going to be consequences. You don't even have to punish all the offenders. That's the thing that we don't realize. An example is a powerful statement. If one person is taken, and there's no bias or hunting.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, it's just done arbitrarily, it's done fairly, and you say you bring all the evidence, and that's what he did. If there was a corrupt official, they would be investigated. It would be, everything was open and clear, and that showed the other people who are, doing the same things, that, we can't get away with this anymore because we don't want to go through, what that person did. And the greatest, deterrence was, the public humiliation. I think sometimes we also just accept things as they are, and that's also another consequence, the public shame, that if you do something and people know that you got your money by stealing and robbing and doing these things to people, then you don't get the respect like somebody who worked hard to get their money. money. And it's not that we don't, you know, it's not that we don't respect wealth. In fact, we should strive for wealth. We should strive for comfort and modernity and all of that good stuff. But we should do it in a way that if somebody does it and does it in a respectful way, we give them their due. And if somebody, you know, has to do a lot of, you know, dirty things to do it, we'll still recognize it, but we will not respect it.
I see. So you do, you know, I think it's from hearing you, I remember when Etezi usually is actually very skeptical. You seem more optimistic.
I'm still wondering why he's so quiet now. I was expecting a lot of skepticism and devil advocacy.
On what?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just listening.
No, that's no fun. Before I came on, you talk about you're the only one. You need somebody to oppose you. So
yeah, but you know, I was talking about religion back then and stuff. But no, but when it comes to now Kenya,
do chip in on that.
I don't know how to be a devil's advocate. You know, it's like, but what I can say in Kenya is that we are in a convergent sequence when it comes to corruption, and slowly, but it is just inevitable that corruption will end in Kenya. Every day we just
from skepticism to outright optimism.
You know, because I live here, you know.
Okay. Let's hear this.
What about those poor guys who are caught stealing something small and then in committee for 3 years? You know, they didn't know the system. They didn't even know when to take the plea, what it means. I feel bad for those people. Like they have no knowledge of anything. Some of them didn't finish school. Actually, I'd say most of them didn't. I feel bad for them. Is there a way, you know, we can help those sort of people so they don't end up, you know, through the justice system when they just lack the knowledge? Because I think in Kenya, what I've been told is that if you're middle class, there's ways around it for you. If you're in the poor class, either you know someone and you're willing to do something, or you just get, you know, kind of lost in all these systems.
Daisy?
Well, that's for me. I don't know if you want to help the people in prison. You know, knock yourself out, my brother. I don't know what you do what you want to do, my brother. It's a free country, as you can see.
By the way, Dr. K, don't get caught up in problems. That's all I can say. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of them. If you had opened an office where, you know, people just came and told you what they needed, you know, from day to day, you'd have a long line going around and around. So there's not a scarcity of causes that you can help. But what I would say is this: for now, just be not selfish, but you know, just look out for yourself first. Yes.
Okay.
Focus on doing, you know, what you came to do, and, you know, doing the best at it. And, you know, you're not going to meet everybody who's going to share your vision or your aims and so on. And also, you know, acknowledge that they may have their own dreams and ambitions and things that they want to do. Yours may be, you know, the best in your mind, and nobody's going to understand what somebody is doing, you know, except themselves. But you're there to firstly understand the situation so that you can use it to help yourself. If you're going to help prisoners, you know, how is that going to help you?
Okay, that makes sense.
I mean, I'm not discouraging you from it. I'm just saying that until you feel that you've gotten to a place where you have done, you know, what is best for yourself, then you can start looking around. But for now, the best way you can help people is just to treat them the same as they treat you, and to look at them the same way. They're trying to get something, you're trying to get something. How can we both get something?
Okay, I see your point. Just respect the rules of how the environment works.
Yeah, everything is negotiation, and you can't really negotiate with prisoners as much.
No, you can't. But
yes.
every time I try to buy something, these people first they give me some ridiculous price. Then I say I'm not interested. Then they tell me, the thing is, I don't want to speak to any of them. I don't want to negotiate with them.
It's
such a weird thing for me.
Get somebody for when people from over here go over there, the typical thing is to get somebody, we call it a walk around person. So you find somebody who is who's going to do the talking and the negotiation and all of that for you. I don't enjoy those things either. I don't enjoy haggling over the price of small things. I'd rather just pay up and be done. Sorry?
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But for me,
that's not how
I wouldn't be happy if they tell me it's negotiable. I'm like, that puts me off if they tell me it's negotiable.
Nearly everything in Kenya is negotiable except school fees. But
can't you pay using Mahindi if you're from the villages?
Sematena?
Can't you use Mahindi if you're from the village?
Oh, Mahindi, yeah, you can use Mahindi. You can, but make it into ugali first.
Also, I have a question. Why is it that in Nairobi they only have that white over-processed ugali flour? I actually like the one, when you have the fresh, dried maize and then you just go and grind it. I like that because to me it actually has a flavor of maize. I don't like the white one in Nairobi.
I think with the one in the cities is to do with transportation and preservation because it's not growing. Sometimes they have to take it from, the rural areas. So they probably have to transport it a certain amount. When you get it from the rural, it's almost fresh and, freshly ground. So, this one, they have to process it in mass. So it's not like the local portion meal and so on. So they usually have to add chemicals and so they can transport it and distribute it to all the stores in the cities.
I see. Because whenever I eat the one from let's say Kakamega, the one that's actually being freshly made, it's different. And to me, I can actually taste the flavor to it. Like people say ugali doesn't taste of anything. No, that one actually to me it tastes of something. Because it's like it's interesting. I don't like the brown one either because it seems like it's processed. It's just like the white one, but it's brown. So I like the one that's fresh.
The best one nutritionally, they say, is the reddish one from, I think, sorghum or millet. One of those. Do you know that one?
Yeah, I think that's what we used to grow before the Portuguese brought maize.
Yeah. But that one is the best nutritionally. Like if you want like a full proper meal, and it's one of those, they call them like the superfoods. Maize is more of like an empty nutrient. It doesn't have a lot, per volume. But that reddish one especially, that one is really good for you. With the traditional kales, the skuma wiki, but not skuma wiki. Skuma wiki is actually the worst of the skumas. It's one of those. There's mrenda. There's I don't know what they call them in English, but those local greens that they grow.
Right. I like mrenda. Some people who don't know mrenda, it's like okra, but it looks like kale. It looks like kale, but it has more consistency of okra.
Yeah, and then the one that they also have a lot is not the mokimo. What is it? It's like the green. It starts with an M.
Managu or something.
Managu, yes, that one. That one is also good. Yeah, all those vegetables,
Kunde. I like my favorite. Yeah, my favorite is the Seveve. I think that's what Louis has called it, but I don't know what it is called in English. It's called pumpkin leaves. I like that one.
Oh, okay. I think susu. That's what you call. Yeah. So we had all those who are actually very, very good for your health, and you eat a lot of vegetables. You don't really need to eat a lot of meat. But in the cities, I think it's more, westernization, going to, cool places, the pizza and the burgers and all of that stuff, which is really not good for you. But, like I said, it's marketing. Countries are responsible for two things, the internal, and for outside marketing.
my little restaurant, and it's just like a kibanda actually, the one that I started. I was making at least 5K a day just from selling two chickens a day.
Wow.
And that's profit. Just because I did the KFC recipe, because here, people are willing to pay good money for that KFC recipe.
Mm-hmm. We're willing to
all
pay
the other shops were, all the other shops were selling smokies and chips, and that's it. For me, I thought, hey, let me make this KFC style chicken, and they kept coming.
Oh, we have our Biggie in the house. I don't know how to let him in, but he's here. Welcome. Well, I don't know how to do the things, but yeah.
Wait, Mika. I think Biggie should talk to Mika. Mika, maybe you should WhatsApp Mika and tell them to let you in.
MIA. Yeah. So, we do have lots to work on, and we really don't know, like they say, you don't know what you have until it's gone. We don't appreciate, especially when it comes to the food, how good our food really was or is. It's not all gone, but how good our traditional food is. It's like even the products we make from milk. There's so many, different things. So we had everything really that we need, but you see that as soon as people make money, they really want the expensive that's not good for you, because we don't value what's ours.
Also, in Africa, I've noticed most people don't have financial literacy. Like most people live on their means. I live way below my means. Like I live in a dusty bedsitter next to Kibera. Why? Because if I live here, I can save money.
Yeah.
Most people, the moment they make that 100K, they're living in Lavington, in a big house, surviving, and then next month they have like 1K maybe over for fuel. How can people do that?
Well, they're trying to show off. What's the point of having money if people don't know you have it?
Right. No, for me, whenever I dress well, I actually get scammed more. And it's like a direct relationship between me trying to, look nice and how often I get scammed. Like the other day, I went to a place with my friend, and then we drank some, I think she drank some mocktails, and they tried to give me a bill of 2,600 when it should be 700 times 2 plus 500. So I was like, that's not how maths works.
That means you're not drunk enough. That means you're not drunk enough.
Oh, so she thought I was drunk.
That you don't even know how much it costs.
Oh man, this is funny. So yeah, over here you just have to be very, on your toes. Everything is trying to somehow trick you.
Yeah. That's why I said, not that you should also be out there also trying to trick them, but once you understand that mentality, you should also be thinking of how can I get something from them, and not in a bad way, like use them or anything. Like, what do they have that I can use? It could be a skill, it could be information, it could be knowledge. Just even somebody just taking you around, like these Uber guys. I don't know how they are right now, but you learn a lot from them. Just talk to them, ask them about Nairobi, the city, all of that stuff. They meet a lot of people in their business, so they have they have a variety of perspectives. Yeah, interesting perspectives. And if you don't want to talk to them, that's fine too. But all I'm saying is, just learn. Right now, you're like an observer. You're just sitting back and taking it in and seeing what you can use and what you don't need to be dealing with. Because sometimes you can focus so much on, trying to avoid the bad that you don't really see what's useful. So when you find somebody, and even you can ask them directly, what are you good at? Like, what would you say is your personal, skill? What do you think you can compete with somebody and say, yeah, I've got this, whether it's, even if it's, and we should also elevate like the people who do the work, like, the carpenters and the manual people and so on. If somebody puts extra effort into something, then we recognize it, and you keep that person. Another good thing about Nairobi, though, I'll give you this, is that making contact, it's very, very important. Like, you find somebody, let's say you find, one driver and he's pretty good, you keep his number. And that's another thing that, especially like everybody has a side hustle. So somebody is doing this for you and said, oh, by the way, I also do this on the side. I also do this on the side. Somebody who has, approached you personally with what they have, it's easy for you in the future, if you need something, to just keep them, in mind or in rotation. So you work with people you've worked with before, you build some sort of, but you don't make permanent connections. You try a few people. Even if you have one driver who's really good, you have to have at least 3 or 4, that Even if you have one lawyer, talk to another lawyer, even if it's just for what do you call it when you have, like, you present your case, but you're not going to. Yes. Even if it's for consultation, just speak with another lawyer, or, make a lawyer friend and just ask him. Like, if you have a friend who's a lawyer, you can just ask him, what do you think of this? Not like you're trying to, take advantage or anything, but ask for people who know, if you find somebody who's in the tech industry, what do you do in your field and all of that stuff. So knowledge right now, people go for money, but you should go for money as well as, for the information, and then you use both. But knowledge and information, of the subject and of people, you will go far, far, far more if you know people than if you know your industry. Because you look at people like Steve Jobs and, all these people, their power is not just in their ideas. Their power is in managing whole groups of people. Because once you get into a company, you're dealing with all kinds. And if you don't like human beings, on a regular level, imagine dealing with them 40 hours of the week, because we spend most of our time at work. Yeah. So,
that's why I quit my job, started my company, where I work just with one other. Well, I have a couple of employees, but I don't have to talk to them. In fact, I told one of my employees, I told them, if I send you an email, just don't respond unless you have a question or something. Just ignore it. I don't like hello, sir, Kaizo. Thank you very much. And I just told them, hey, look, just respond only if you have to. You don't have to respond to my emails. So I'm happier that way.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, people, dealing with people consistently is hard for me.
And that's why, like those corporates, they hire people to deal with people. Sometimes they're out in their tower that very few people have access to, the great men. Do you think you can just walk in and have audience with Bill Gates or, Bezos or all who... Yeah, because any issue that an Amazon employee has, they have like several layers of, of hierarchy before they even get to the top. So, once you have, if you're good at, managing a company, but you're not good at people, then you hire people to manage the people, That's what you do. You focus on your strengths, and then you pay other people to do the rest. What you don't want or you don't have the time to do, somebody else can do it. Because you can spend so much time trying to deal with people, and then you're not doing what you're good at, dealing with ideas or planning and managing and all that. When somebody who's much better with people, like negotiating, if you had a negotiator, you wouldn't have to worry about dealing with people, and you'd still save money, and you'd still
time.
Yeah, and time, and this negotiator will have a cut of it, hopefully. But everybody's happy. You don't have to deal, and that's his skill. He enjoys it. Actually, there are people who actually enjoy talking, dealing, interacting, haggling with people. It's fun for them. What you see as dreary and annoying and irritating, for them it's a challenge. It's like getting into the boxing match with somebody and seeing how many punches you can land and so on. So there's an art and a skill to it that I don't care to learn, but some do.
All right, and of course they become good at it, they enjoy it, they even look forward to it. For me, I'm just like, this is annoying. Yeah, because some people, when they ask me, when they give me a ridiculous price, they say, "Don't worry, it's negotiable." As if I want it to be. Yeah, it's interesting.
No, he wants it to be. He wants it to be, and that's why they start with a ridiculous price so they can see how much you can hit back. It's like they're punching you, and then see how much you can take, and so you have to punch back and say, "Hey," and then you come up with a ridiculously low price, and then they go and. Yeah, it's a negotiation. But you'll have to do that in business anyway. You will have to do that to a different level. You're not going to be, arguing with street hawkers, but you are going to do that in the corporate room. You're going to do that when you're trying to buy equipment and all of that stuff. So, yeah, we all do it at different levels. It's just some people are more comfortable at some levels than others.
Yeah, at the higher level, I don't mind. Like, let's say if I'm trying to get a tender for building project or something like that, or for a company asking for bonus, and I'm actually okay with doing it there because I think that makes sense. It's just at the low level, just dealing with basic day-to-day things. I feel like it's a necessary, I guess.
Yeah, and some people like that, personal interaction. They like that whole back and forth and, the teasing and all of that stuff. And yeah, some people like that. So you just use people to their strengths and to yours as well.
Yeah, no, I think I'm learning. So, Kaizo, this whole situation is resolved the right way. I've learned so much things from this interaction. My ignorance, it's gone. I've been baptized in Nairobi. So Nairobi is not just the criminals; it's also the so-called justice system too. It's crazy. It's Nairobi all over. Oh wow!
It's everywhere. It's from personal to private to corporate. It's just everywhere. It's just you just have to learn to navigate through and avoid certain obstacles. You'll still fall into some from time to time, but you'll also know how to get yourself out of them faster. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's an interesting learning experience, but I assure you, I think the best thing for somebody would be to go somewhere as a foreigner and do business there. Even once you're done with Kenya, you really should go to Ethiopia or other countries. I think Tanzania would be the best place to go because I think they just have a more transparent culture. But I think for them, they're not as I don't know how to say it. Sharp, not like driven, competitive. They're more laid back in a way.
Right. To them, it's more collaborative rather than competing and really trying to be the best.
Yes. So I think, and also cultural learning is also a good thing. That's why it's good to get out of your comfort zone and go other places because you learn a lot about yourselves and you learn a lot about humans as a group and as individuals. So, but the advantage of going somewhere different is that people will either treat you with suspicion, and you learn how to manage that. Or, but the suspicion will be good because you'll be on your toes, so to speak. You see, when you go somewhere where you think you have some familiarity, you let your guard down, and then once people see that, then they will take advantage of it. But if you go to a foreign place, firstly, you don't know, so you're going to be learning, and secondly, people are going to, have a sort of your different attitude. So it will make it. You'll be more wary. You won't be suckered in too much by some local flatteries. But once you learn any system, you can. It's just. But I say the best way to learn about a place is through the people. So it's a good thing. You shouldn't regret making friends with the local people. It's a good thing to actually know people because these are the people that are going to be working for you and you're going to be interacting with. Once you know which ones to avoid, that's better. It's better to know good from evil than to be, innocent of both. So, yeah.
Oh, okay. And also in Nairobi, do they still, let's say murder, people who are accused of murder still pay judges like less than 300K to get it off, or is that
that one I don't know very well. Maybe when he has more information. But for you to even be able to afford that much money, you have to be living pretty well. So I think anybody who can afford to pay that much already has their own levels of under corruption. Yeah, most murderers are broke.
Yes. All right. Yes. So they can't even. But oh wow, yeah. But I guess you know, yeah, I heard that, you know, cause, that some guys will do it even for 100 bob, like, you know, commit, you know, assassinations for 100 bob. I didn't really believe it.
Yeah, no, that's sensationalism. Yeah, that's a bit much.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because they even told me like houses in Kibera can go for 500 shillings. I didn't really believe that.
No. And some people just say
like
things just to say things. You know, that's why you talk to a whole lot of people, and the truth is somewhere, you know, in the middle.
Somewhere there.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're thinking, 500? No, that's too little. 3,000 maybe. 2,000.
You just
they said the electricity is free.
talk.
Yeah, and it really seems like they're serious. They'll say, "Oh, electricity is free. It's 500," and I'm like, It's like Nyumba Gorofa 500. I'm like,
no,
okay,
there are two kinds of people. These are the what I call the harmless con men. The people who are trying to, you know, take from you, and the people who are just trying to see how much you can take. You know.
All right.
So they're like, oh, let me tell you something that you don't know. They could have no information about it, or they could just be straight up lying. But the fact that, you know, they think that they know more than you, they feel that they're entitled to just say anything and you'll believe it. So yeah, just look at people just with a side eye, like, okay, I will learn from you, but I won't believe everything that you tell me, you know, including me. So get at least another option. You know, you can ask somebody, hey, I asked somebody, so somebody was told me, that person is lying. Kibera is like 30,000 K. And you're like, come on, man. Now you're just going the opposite way. So yeah, people will take, and it's not just, you know, over there. When we were out here, you know, people would just make up all these stories about Africa. Oh, you guys were riding, you know, cheetahs, or, you know, you have a pet. Like, after some time, you're just like, yeah, all of that. We have an elephant, you know, walking through the village. We have, you know, just ridiculous things. You know, we live in trees. Sometimes people just make up stuff just to make things up. So just talk to people, but don't take everything, you know, take everything with lots of salt. Yeah. Okay, well, I can't be the only one exercising my jaws. Was Mwendetezi. Oh, man. Mika just disappeared on us completely. Just left her to run the show. Hello? Hello. Okay, it seems like once again I am left to hold this castle by myself, and I will try to do so until somebody comes back in. Is there somebody out there? Am I alone? Can somebody say if they can hear, if this is still going on, or if I'm talking to myself? Hello? Oh, thank you. I don't know. Are we still on? Are we still on? Thank you, MD2V4. I am trying. Okay, if I don't hear from my two other co-speakers, then I think I might be forced to call it a day or a night for some people. So, yeah, okay. Well, you guys tell me what you want me to do. Should I wait out, or should I just let it go? Or rather, should I wait, or... Oh, I'm still on. Oh, okay. Yeah, we had a good conversation. You know, people have negative experiences, and it's good to talk about them and, you know, bring out all the brutal truths. It's not easy trying to do something and all these obstacles in your way and trying to navigate different environments. But I hope he can still pursue his vision and and see it through because we do need more innovators. We need people who are willing to risk it, people who are willing to go out of their way and just work for the people. Sometimes people might not realize it. Some people might not realize what you're trying to do at the time, but that doesn't stop you from continuing to do it. But with your eyes open, just because you're trying to do good doesn't mean that everything is going to be good. So you have to be prepared for that as well. And just in terms of the topic, a lot of us, even though we do maybe either we stay silent about it, out of respect for people's feelings and our own, or we just deny it, or we act in ways that are counterproductive to our own, our own selves, and that's part of that trauma that we haven't really talked about. People are just taught to just be strong, be brave, keep quiet, and go on. But that sort of thing comes out in different ways. Sometimes you might not realize. Sometimes it comes from people just being apathetic. They don't care anymore. Some people just become angry and they become destructive. Some people sabotage themselves and each other. So everybody has different ways of coping with it, and we have to learn to find ways to cope with it as a people, as individuals, and just try to help each other. And that's also something that I also want to reiterate, that this was who we are before all this happened. We really did care about each other. Sometimes we take advantage of each other. We con, we lie, we steal, we kill. But at the end of the day, we are people who cared. We wouldn't be together. We cared about the children. We cared about the women. We cared about the men. We cared about the elders. We cared about the widows. We cared about the orphans. We cared about the young men and the young women. Everybody was cared for and everybody was looked after, and you didn't need to go and have a private conversation with somebody, and anything that you could say to somebody. You could speak to somebody, and that was beautiful. That was amazing. And we need to get back, if not to that, but to that mentality where you don't just see things as this is going to benefit me. If it's something benefits you and hurts somebody else, then maybe that thing is not worth doing. But if it's something benefits you and also benefits other people, then more support and more power to you. And we should respect people who try to do more than they were given. The three servants who were given a little, some were given a little, another one was given a lot, but whatever you have, you do the best with it. If you have a job, but it's not maybe the best job, you feel you're better than this job, still do the best that you can. It's still, your job is still better than somebody who does not have any, who's just sitting and doing nothing. So we also need to respect, value our what we do. If you're spending time somewhere, that's do the best where you are. And every kind of job is important for society, from the person at the top to the person at the bottom. Anybody who's doing something is helping somebody else. And that's all I wanted to say. I guess I can close the show. And it has been wonderful. I'm sorry we got dropped off. We had a very discourteous exit. I don't know what happened there, but thank you all, for being here, for listening, for taking it to mind. Let's just be kind to each other and to ourselves. So thank you all.
Emika, can you hear me? Mondatezi? 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 Emika, can you hear me? Mondatezi?
Hello? Ah,
Hello. Can you hear me? Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah, this is Biggie.
hello?
Yeah, Mondatezi. This is Afro.
Oh, I don't know what's up. I think I must have fallen asleep at some point. And
No, actually, I think Tanzan thought she exited the show and tried to reach out Mika, and we just got put into the accepted in the show. But apparently, Tanzan already exited. So the last conversation, she just thought she closed the conversation, but I'm on. And I'm trying to reach Mika. Mika was on for a while.
oh,
Yeah, who else is online? I see it. I see you, and there's another gentleman here.
I think that's Dr. K.
Oh, that's the Dr. K.
Okay, it was a very interesting stream today because I think at one second I was hearing Tanzan, then all of a sudden everything is silent. That I didn't know. So okay,
Well, yeah,
so
it got quiet down real quick, you know.
yeah.
And I was
Yeah.
on hold on the background. So anyway, this is a little bit of technical difficulty, put it that way. We're just gonna correct it in coming future. And basically, that we talked about a lot of. He talked about a lot of things on the show, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people are capturing it. Anybody on the comment section, can you would just comment if you can hear us, if this conversation is still carried on? Yes, Tanzan, I came back on, but You exited. I don't know what happened. Yeah, I see you on the comment section. Dr. K, you still there?
I think Dr. K fell asleep or something.
I think he had another meeting. So anyway, it was so funny that I just came in. Anyway, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you, and may God bless you all. I've been sending out a lot of information on a little chat on the WhatsApp, and basically, you know, one of the messages that I want to pass to everybody is that there is a lot of things that's going on that do not make sense. Do not try to make sense out of them because they're nonsense at the end of the day. Just have your own thoughts, your own ground, hold your ground. Make sure that everything that you have around you, your family, your friends, we on One Africa are taken care of. Nobody will care for us but us. So there's a lot of things that's going on in the world anyway. As you can see it, different development, different narrative, different things that's happening. For me, I send out a little prayer to all on the WhatsApp channel. Basically, really recognize the creator and which flow we're going right now in the world, in the politics that's going on, into the new election that goes on in Africa. We just have to pray and just hold our ground, read, and get informed, not just a general narration that goes depending on who's saying what, but just do your own investigation, especially for Kenyans. You guys have tremendous things that's happening as the election nears by, if I'm not mistaken. Daisy.
Yeah. I think Tanzania was having a moment. I don't know. I think
Correct.
yeah, she was talking about this thing. She was really deep into the Kenyan. I think.
I think what I see, you know, I don't know, you know, I want to see everybody's comment, you know, on what I'm going to comment about. For some reason, the whole world is kind of in a chaotic mode. You know, there's fear, not understanding, getting different information where they cancel out like a fraction. You know what I mean? And the dividend is not there. You know what I mean? This is there's a different things that's happening.
Yeah, okay. I don't know about I don't know about the whole. I know the chaos in the Ukraine. I know these days in social media, when there's just when the whole world has become like a village. Like when there is just one issue somewhere, we are all notified. So I think it gives us the constant feeling that the world is on chaos. But I feel like this is how the world has always been. Just that now
Yeah,
we just know that we're just more informed that now whenever there is something happening all over the world, we become like a small village. Everything we are just informed immediately that say this has happened here, this happened here. But if you look at Africa, if you look at Africa, like there's always been like right now you have the war in Ethiopia. You have the instability in Somalia. We have South Sudan. These guys they have also been in their civil war, but they usually go unnoticed. But yeah, South Sudan have been. So I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of chaos in the world that I don't know if
yeah.
I'm starting to think it's just natural.
I mean, before all these streamline YouTube information and all that, I mean, we always had different narration, you see, and you thought one narration was the way to go, and you look at it, in a positive way is going to work out, the next thing you know, that we're leaving certain information, certain history behind. You see, it's like, oh, I got the information right here, right now. Instead of taking your time, read about it, research it, instead of having this quick display per se, and then you'll pass it. Oh, I know about that, but you don't see what you missed, because in that same line, the future is changing. The presentation, the narratives are changing. It's like Mika put all this letter out there, making sure that we get our inheritance and our own uh, things that have been stolen to get back. And I saw some of the comment, when you steal somebody, basically, I don't care which level that be, the stealing is stealing. You know what I mean? They got a nice sugar coating and like corruption. You know, it's not just about a corruption. I mean, the guy literally steal from his own government, from the people. The government means people. So if you steal from the people, you're not that far from the petty theft that you have pickpocketing. You're as low as that. But they give it a nice form of information, and that worries me. You know what I mean? Which way the world is going, which end we're gonna catching, and how many people are really influenced by these different narration.
Yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, about especially about the narrative. Actually, that's really actually scared me when it comes to the, like,
Hmm.
something that social media has like given us there, is that how narratives are woven all over the world. Like, sometimes it gives you this thing, like what you've said about maybe missing something because of how quickly the narrative is just pushing. And sometimes I start to wonder how much of history is actually, like, if this is how the this is if this is how the present is woven, the narrative, the present is woven, and
Hmm.
already we feel like we're missing a lot of stuff. So I'm just wondering how much of history is just accurate, or, because there's this belief that we have that, history is just accurate. It's just what we learned about history is just the way it is, and it's just that is accurate. And that, but now I'm starting to think, not even me, just even looking how our brothers in America, the Black African Americans, how they've been pushing this narrative about Egypt, that we thought that Egyptians, were originally maybe white or something like that, or another color. Then they push this, and then now it's actually being taken seriously that, hey, Egyptians might not really have been this specific color; they might have been another color. So I'm just wondering, like, everything we know about history, you know I don't know, it's a very, just we live in interesting time. Maybe it's called, maybe the information age or something. Even right now in the present, you know the way the current, even the war in Ethiopia, it's been the way it's explained by the West, and the way it's been pushed by maybe Ethiopia, the Ethiopians or the Africans. So yeah, it's I see the point you're saying, and it's just, yeah, I'm really enjoying the time we're living. Actually, this is just what a time to be alive, because
Yeah, this is the time that we need to reflect, each of us, especially one Africa family. What I'm trying to convey on this message. There's so many bullets that's being shot from one end to another without adherence to the ricochets. You know what I mean? Everybody's shooting left and right, whatever his narrative is, and eventually it becomes like when you start shooting on a gun, there's the bullet will hit something, or if it hits something and it's not, if it is solid, it's gonna bounce. You see what I mean? Because that's where the history is. That's where it's gonna bounce. So it's gonna come back again where it stirs up another confusion of the story and comes back again trying to hit that wall again. You see what I mean? So whatever that we get, we need to make sure that our information, because you saw it, because it's before, you know, I think a lot of people would be naive, including uh, uh, the national networks. They made a mistake. They grabbed that picture out of YouTube, whatever that they saw. It doesn't mean whatever that the information comes, they grab it, and this is what happened, right? Guess what? When they start investigating, that information is misinformation because that was not true, and they start going, "Oh, my bad. You know, we gave you the wrong information." But in the same at the same time, certain facts are getting distorted, and certain facts of a history are getting more distorted, where it makes it so complicated now that everybody is used to a smartphone, and everybody think they're gonna get all the information out of the smartphone. Believe me, that smartphone itself is being tweaked because where are you gonna go? That's where the narrative change. You see Wikipedia changing. You see a lot of things changing. Uh, Something that you saw a week ago, it changed because everybody types in whatever that they feel about it. So it's just something that we need to be aware. You see, the awareness is the key. The information that we're getting, they can be very volatile. They can only help and use today's information. Tomorrow, they'll come with a different information, canceling the one that just told you today. Because the media itself is confused because it's not the old journalism. It's not the old investigative journalism. Journalism became really like a business. You know, I get the big story, let me get the break. Before, when you get the big story and get the break, at the same time you follow through different story, now you became the journalist that you tend to be. But now it's media. It's not the true investigative journalism, because if he's too bright, too sharp, they'll shut him down. They will not going to get him any further because he's telling the truth. And to find these kind of people is very hard. So the information system is so messed up. But right now, what really worries me in between these things that goes in, the ricochet is coming to Africa. You know, you can see the oil crisis. You can see the food shortage. You know, I mean, Tanaja kind of saying, you know, I don't see any starving African, but it's not about starvation. It's just the cost that's going higher and higher because of the subsidy. Like Ethiopia lost about $10 billion last month because of this oil crisis, because they have to subsidize some of it because the actual population cannot afford it. So it has so many effects. So I think from whatever that is worth, I think for all African brothers and sisters, when it comes to the continent, I think those that are in diaspora, those that can afford to help hand, I think we should look into that, you know. And I see some of the information about the PTSD psychologists and stuff. You know, I'm still looking for one, but it's just very hard to really get that specific. And I know Mika puts that out there that we need somebody that can really drill down on what's going on. But overall, like I said, you know, Africa has gone through some changes, and I just don't want her to go to sleep with the lies. You know, I want Africa to really still stay tall with the truth, and with the only one, with the only children that's going to bring her up par to the truth, and not being psyched with all this drama that's been created right now from COVID. We got several other wars that got created. Which way all the wars direction? Some of them you try to make sense out of them. Some of them you don't make sense out of it. It's just whoever in power will drive the the narrative, and it's up to us also to really say something and what we can really defend uh, as Africa. You know, that's what I'm talking about. The ricochet that goes back and forth on these mis or disinformation that's going on in the world. So, any of you, if you see some information, think about it twice before you share it. Make sure that it's authentic. Make sure that really you can trust the source, because everything that you're going to put out there, disinformation, that will ricochet back to us. And like, oh, I missed that, you know. So we just don't want to be that. It's just an advice for all of us uh, to understand what kind of information we put out there, that it is authentic, because we want to really be authentic and stay as Africans, because that news hits everybody. I mean, out of whatever the percentage that's going to view, I mean, we got in marketing, got 2% that knows, and multiply that, you'll tell 11 people, oh, you know, that's what I heard. Then the other 11 out of 2%, then another 11 get created. So that's how we get all kind of crazy misinformation, even among the population, and a narrative sometimes that's not even true. Uh, this is my advice. So that's why I keep saying prayer. A lot of people ask about it, and I think prayer is very deep in all aspects of it, because sometimes with all these problems that you see, you get frustrated, and you want something to change. Sometimes you want to do something about it, and as we do something, sometimes you stand still. It's like a fraction equation, you know, like a canceling. Whatever you thought is right is canceling out because it turned out not to be true. Now it really beats down to you, because you feel like you disinformed the population. So it's very important that we really thoroughly understand any information that we send out and communicate, especially on this platform on One Africa. We want to be really down to the truth, and as much as we can drive the truth all the way and hold on to the truth, because they try to bury that truth and document. And I've been saying that, back up your documentation, because you never know, something comes out, oops, you lost everything. So I always ask everybody to document, I mean, to back up the documents in different drives, you know, not on the drive that has been available in the cloud and all that, but just have a personal little drive where you can store that locally. So that's my advice, you know, when it comes in the technology aspect of it. That you saw Twitter, want to delete certain things. You see YouTube, delete information. So just to be aware, you know, what else is going to come when they have the data in hand. And one thing you notice, like, you're not paying customer. You see what I mean? You don't pay for those for the tweeters and everything else. So if you if we are customer and we're paying a little bit of it, then they have to have the assurance of your data, regardless whether they take you out or not. But this free platform, and you put all your heart in it, and in return they delete it. Uh, it's a no-no. And they have rights, yeah, you know, because you're not customer, you're not paying for it. But still, you doing, you watching a commercial, you did with the commercial. Uh, that's what we get in return. The only time it becomes private and you're paying for it when you save it in your local drive. That's very important. That's my advice right now for everybody. Back up your data on your own local drive.
Yeah, man. And I've also noticed that there seems to be this one attempt to, you know, to have like one global narrative. You see, I've noticed that there is just one huge attempt like that. Although I don't know, do you think it will work? Because I feel like even I see other countries like maybe India and even most of African countries, they seem to be even now hesitating on this jumping on this bandwagon of just this one global narrative of just everything, that hate, that maybe the West determines that this is wrong and this is right. And I feel like right now there seems to be even cracks. Even today there was like a vote in the United Nations, and usually I see nations like agree with the West. Now I'm seeing even more than 24 nations.
Yeah.
24 nations disagreed, and just plenty of others just abstained. So I'm starting to see that guys are starting to hesitate, going on this global bandwagon of just having this one narrative, that if you disagree even with the if you just challenge it or just disagree with it, you get, maybe even here on YouTube, maybe you get your channel maybe suspended. Even on Twitter, you see a lot of channels getting suspended. The other day, the on contact, Chris Hedges channel, it got deleted. So yeah, it's very interesting that sometimes we talk about conspiracy theories, then it's very interesting
Exactly.
when they start getting confirmed. Like maybe it wasn't a conspiracy theory. It was, now look, when
You know,
when you see things.
the sad part of it, that in their own narration, what was called conspiracy, they become factual. That's it. So that means, we're talking about corruption. We're talking about stealing, right? The real truth behind it, just like corruption and stealing differences. Now the story changes. Let's say you got all these countries abstained, countries that did not participate in Africa. Suddenly they've been told you have to support a model. What is it? You know, you brought it in the conversation in the United Nations. At the same time, now that all the votes passes, uh, leave the people alone. They already voted. So now it's going like, oh, we made a call to 54 countries, nation in Africa. So now they want to see individual response. So what makes you back again, divide and conquer? So simply to say, you put your vote in the UN podium, and they counted. Why are we going to get hustled back down for those who said no? Those that say yes, they knew they're going to come back to them, and that is coercion. Isn't it funny? You already put your vote, and now you come back to African land to supply military, to have African brothers to go out there in some war that we don't even know about. Literally, it's
Yeah,
not fair. That's what I'm talking about with the narratives on top of narrative canceled out, and they become like uh, if you vote, so that means you shot your shot. Here's your bullet that's supposed to land on target, but now it went on a hard solid. It comes back, ricochet, and guess what? You can get hurt with it. So what happened is after you put your vote, now they're going on after each countries and say, hey, you're still going to help. You still will need your help. And if you say no, what happened? Are you going to tell them, oh, I abstained, right? They didn't know you abstained. It's just they came in writing. What are you going to do about it? Una tesi. You're the Kenyan president and you abstained, but I still need your help. What are you going to say about it? This is outside the UN meeting. It's like
yeah,
campaigning, like they're going to sell you an old car. You know what I'm saying? It's like a car salesman. You know how good the car is, even though it's used, it makes it sound like a brand new. So let's start this conversation again. It's like, you know, uh, when you're talking about United Nation, yes, it's United Nation in the form in the United Nation because they're all there, part of the United Nation. So you make your vote. whatever you voted, whatever you supported, is there. It should not leave that room, right? Why is it? It leaves that room now. You're gonna go on each countries and start bidding down because you're one of the top Security Council member. Why is that? And I just put it on why is that, but I know a lot of you know why they do that. Because I want to make sure our channel is always there. Like whenever I send out certain information, I just tell you, I'll let you finish the sentence. Because I've got a lot of smart bunch in here. They can hear me and it's clear. And so anytime that we have information that's coming in, let's make sure that our information has a good base and it's verified. That's the only way we can beat it. Because right now it's just divide and conquer, as you can see it. You know, you vote on the United Nations, and then now you get a call. You know, you got a call from somebody in the West, and they tell you, "Oh, I know you abstain, but you should say no now." Change your vote.
Yeah, it's very interesting. That's why I think Africa we really need to unite because this is I think the forefathers, the original guys, the likes of Kwame Nkrumah and maybe Julius Nyerere. They kind of foresaw this when they were saying if we don't unite now, we'll probably put up a very weak front in front of such powers like the United States and Europe. Already look how Europe they are talking inside, they are trying to unite themselves, they're trying to talk about maybe one European army, one just there is a push also to unite themselves. So I'm always and I don't know if everybody is like feeling a bit uneasy when they start seeing that they're trying to form a European army or a European force. So it's like what is that force going to do? Because Africa, we're just shut down, we're just down there, so it also reveals a lot of vulnerabilities in our end. That's why I think we really need to unite as Africans. And I think there is a window. And I don't know, PLO Lumumba, he said that one day the Africa will be recolonized. I think he put it at 25 years, but yeah, but pretty much he saw that we won't be like this forever. If we don't unite, there is a window, and this window is closing. That if we don't unite, we might probably face another situation where we are recolonized, because these powers, when they go to war, already
Absolutely.
they don't care. They're not going to care where you are, who you are. They're just going to take over. Because as you said right now, when the world is in complete chaos, or when there is just chaos in the world, these rules that we are so dependent on that we cannot enforce by ourselves. I don't know. People like us are going to be the most vulnerable. I feel like that. I feel like Africans, if we are not ready
Yeah.
and if we are not prepared for chaos, I think because the whole
we
world.
have good ground. We have good ground for this kind of activities. You know what I mean? When you said in 25 years, I'm looking at a rate of 25 years. You're looking at, if we don't get our awakening to be one, no matter what happens, we have to practice our unity in development. When we start developing, we start starting trading. We start talking, come to a language, and the language now it needs to be translated. Our information system has to be squeaky clean, and make sure that we have, there's so many intelligence that need to be put in place. It doesn't mean we don't have intelligence, but our intelligence is kind of get corrupted. You know what I mean? It always benefit for the one that comes with the big bucks. Not for the people but the information that's going to be really to help other than Africans, non-Africans, and that hurts us a lot. You know, we got 54 countries, 54 different ways of running the politics. But if you really look at the average, what kind of politician they are and what they're working on, you know, yes, you know, within internal politics, and then the global politics, the politics level, but it has to be balanced, you know, because it contradicts so much what you're saying locally and what you represent outside. And the minute that you represent that, you know, if you're not in favor with it and you're not following through, you'll find a nice trash can, and to squeeze you in that trash can, you won't come up. So these are the awareness that I put in, and I mean, I'm not the only one. You can feel it. It's not just of what you see. It's just you can feel it. It's really, it's a matter of survival. You know, it's a matter of your mental conditions. You know, people are out there to put fear. You know, and they're harvesting out of fear. There's so many things. So, my brothers and sisters, I'll tell you one thing. I went through a lot of things within a short time, and the only way that I can understand further is by getting rid of fear. You know, get rid of fear. I understand it's very hard. The only way you're gonna put it, just put exactly in front of you. Say, fight my battle. You have nothing to lose. Just put them in front. Let be the horse. Let them be. You sit on the cart. And the PTSD that we talked about, that aspect of it, to turn and getting some specialists to understand. How many of us are traumatized now, really, on what's going on inside the government in Africa? And look at all these wars. Look at all this misunderstanding. You know, can you imagine the people that live in those countries and what kind of life they live? It looked like a very easy game because now the information comes literally in picture and video. You know, some of them fake, some of them really the real ones that happens. And imagine what the people goes through. Some kind of trauma. Imagine all these people in Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Libya. Imagine, even in Ethiopia, just getting all these traumas. You know, who's going to heal that? You know, who's going to be responsible for all these? And none of them claim to be responsible. They still keep pushing. You know, look at simply what's happening as European Ukraine. At the end of the day, all these people that is living, they flee in the country because of war. You know, that matters. You know, people are getting hurt because the government is not making sound decisions for you. And sometimes, you know, it's a force beyond your capacity. You know, you can't do nothing. You just wait for the next better round or to stay alive. So I think this question about getting some kind of specialist can give us a certain depth of details. That psychology, I think it would help a lot of us getting even on a deeper level with the case scenarios. You know. I see Tanzan, you know.
Oh, wait, Tanzan is still here.
What's that?
Is Tanzan still here? And I thought she.
No, she commented. Yeah, she thought she was alone. We were listening to her. I couldn't get access until Mika gave me the access to it.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah. But okay, when it comes, let me give my final comment on the Africa. All I think we can all feel that they, like, I don't know if maybe you can feel this too, but I feel like right now it's like it's like is that is there is a chaos coming. Like I feel like you know how the world is just a deep breath, like there is a chaos coming, and if we are not prepared as Africa, like I feel like people like talking about the new world order or something like that, and I feel like this is how a new world order is formed, or this is how the new world is formed, like the way the previous world, this world was formed, where the things are right now. There was a chaos, and then from the chaos
Right.
came this new system, and I feel like there is a new chaos, another chaos is coming, and if Africa wants to be part of the next world order, that is the only way we need to be prepared for this chaos that is coming. We need to be prepared, and I see the whole of the world is like they are prepared. Everybody is talking up. You see people having what is it, reserves in food, having reserves in oil, having reserves in weapons. So you find that there is like this preparation or something. Everybody is like preparing for some sort of winter or so. So I think Africa, if I don't see that in Africa, I don't see Africa getting prepared. I don't see Africa, you know, uniting, because if we need to unite also to take on whatever problems that are going to come in the future. If we do not unite, like we're just going to be the same scenario again, and it's going to be a waste, because so all I am saying is that, hey, we need to unite as Africans, and we need to be prepared for what is coming, because clearly everybody seems to the whole world seems to know that something is coming. The way everybody's behaving, all the other countries are behaving, it's like it's just some sort of agreement that, hey, there's something coming, and everybody needs to be stocking up on their stuff. Everybody needs to be prepared to anything, for any
Yeah, yeah.
eventuality.
It goes to the basics, even the basic things, I mean, the necessity that, all these outside the African continent, there are big issues, right? And then we're trying to really not to get involved, okay? But at the same time, those that are involved, what are you doing for your people? It's like uh, it's like a little dog barking. You just throw a chunk of meat. You know what I mean? To quiet him down. You know what I mean? But the robber is inside. Is that what he called it, right? The robber will come in, and he will throw meat for him, and the dog is busy. The robber is in. You see what I mean? So Africans has to be aware. You got the ECOWAS, you got the Eastern Federation that's getting formed. I look at it even, a much easy prey. ECOWAS is sanctioning one another. And you look at it, it's already a division within a whole region that accepted to be together. And that will become a prey to whoever takes one. It takes the whole thing. Because now, since you are united in that aspect of it, it's easy. And the same thing on the eastern side. So one comes in, the eagle look at one pile that's together, he picks it. So instead of picking up different countries, which takes you a long time, now you kind of create that unity. But is it really going to represent Africa? That's a question. They bunch you together. As they bunch you together already, You got the west on the east, you got this south, and the central pieces is kind of got a little bit of the east, and the north is north, and they have a different influence that comes from the European influence. We have to drop all these things in order to drop this addiction. I call it addiction. You know what I mean? In order to drop this addiction, we need to be really put in our effort to be self-sustaining. That's the key. And Africa has everything. We have everything. We have the land, we have the resource, we have the human resource, really, if you really use it together. And it can be a shiny star. The politician do what the politician does, but economically we should be stronger. Militarily we should be stronger. You know, we don't have to be an atomic power or nuclear power. It's just our economy will speak for it. And everybody knows that at the end of the day. Everybody knows the concentration is to who gets Africa. All of them. You're talking Russia, you're talking about China. It's whoever who's going to influence and have the most out of it. It's like even the US said, you know, I protect my interest. But I've never seen a lot of African countries say, you know, interest. This is after America said, you know, I look at after my interest. And then African countries said, yeah, we have to have an interest. But we don't look at it as an interest. This is just a negotiation where it benefits both sides. It's not just interest. So on the negotiation, we don't have good negotiators. That I'll tell you. We don't have good negotiators in Africa. They will have one on the Ghana side, you know, I look at some of the way he negotiated. And, you know, again, you know, $450 million, you know, for the insurgency of terrorist protection on that. We've seen it in Ethiopia. It did not work. It did not work. But again, you know, we got a little bit of money, you know, to quiet down the barking dog. I'm with you, I support you, and give him some meat. And there you have it. You know, do it, whatever you got to do. So we're the one that gives the green light. Come and abuse us. We're open. And that really is something that we need to understand how this dynamic is working. I just look at the interest of Africa, not individual nations, but the whole African nations. We should look into our interest as a whole. That's what I have for today.
Yeah, it's also, you know, it's 2 a.m. in East Africa right now, so I'm also looking to have some shakai.
205.
It's 205. Yeah, it's 205.
Yeah, we'll tell Mika to close the session. We had a lot to talk about more, and we need to get the psychologist that can really enlighten us on things that's happening, because a lot of things are happening right now. Yeah. So my African brothers and sisters that are listening, again, you're all in my prayers. May God bless you all. And we know we got hard work to do, and we can be only winners if we collaborate, unite ourselves. And this is something that has been said over and over and over, and I don't want to abuse it anymore. We have to work together. Put it that way. Let's work together. Let's solve our own issue. Let's be the solutions deserve, where Africa needs to be. And each individual has the equal responsibility as Africans to build this great continent. This continent is already there. It's the oldest. It has everything that the world needs, not just for Africans, but the world. So let's keep in mind, and each of us who are from different nations, let's push to this unity and to collaborate and be efficient with how to use our human resource, our resources. A Kenyan is as well as an Ethiopian, a Tanzanian is as well as good as a Nigerian. We're one. And be fearless. Do not fear being African. You are an African. And that nobody takes away from you. It's in your DNA. They can take you on any lab. They look at you and think, oh, look it out. Yeah, it's dark, and at the same time, his blood and DNA is African. He's not going to say something else. So let's be proud of our continent and make our continent proud of us. We're the people. We the people are the one that's going to make the difference. And we have to take it to whoever is responsible for it. All the act and they're accountable. All our leaders are accountable on what's going on in Africa. It's not just a little country that you have, but you have the whole continent that really expecting you to excel and to bring us on where we're supposed to be. We're supposed to be very dominant on all the economic sector, our health, everything, except we've been robbed without pure robbery. It's not just a corruption. Now, you call it as it is. We had a lot of thieves who got robbed. That's how I conclude today. How about you, Muntezi? I'll tell Mika to close the session. Anybody on the comment section that you want us to bring to a topic? Any question? Tanzania, I know you're still there, but it's seems like you signed out, maybe. Dr. K never showed up.
Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe he's asleep or something.
Oh, yeah. 2 a.m.
Yeah, it's 2 a.m. anyway.
Yeah. All right, Montezi, I wish you a good night and good morning for a few of you and good evening to some of us. We conclude this transmission.
Yeah, good night, good evening, and have a good morning, you know. It's Friday.
Hi is in the good morning.
Yeah, if it's already Friday, it's for some of us it's already Friday. For some of you, it's Thursday. So we'll meet on Friday.
Kifaru said he was late to the show. He missed a lot. You got to rewind and see, listen to it.
Yeah,
but at least this is what I like. People are honest. They said, "Oh my God, I was late for the show," but at the same time, when you see that, it's awesome. Tanzan put you a little comment. Let Mundatezi sleep tactically.
Yeah, you see, this is what happens when you have the stream during the night in East Africa. There are guys who are just waking up right now and joining the stream. You see, Tanzan, come to the stream and we push this to become a 12-hour stream. break the record.
Yep. And actually, Tanzan, we were expecting you to talk that night. That was me, Tanzan, and Tanaja. We were discussing past the streamline. And it was you were still on. I thought you left for Moyale. I thought you were at the Ethiopian border since you walk at night. And
Yeah.
we were teasing me. Yeah, Tanzan is responding.
Yeah, Tanzan
Long
joined.
discussion.
Yeah.
Very, very long discussion. Yeah, Tanzan, definitely we broke that day, that record. It was 6 hours and 15 minutes. And me, Tanaja, and Tanzan probably took it another 3 hours offline. That is on record and off record.
Yeah.
I think we need to some of those discussion, the after hours. I think we need a whole session to break it down what we talked about, and really was an extreme topics. Some of it, I'm glad it's not shared, within the stream, and there's a lot of information in it. And we did come to certain conclusions, and how our narratives and how we want to move forward with One Africa. And we need to get really, really involved. One of the key things is we need to be involved nation by nation and have at least representation from all nations. Whether we agree, disagree, we come into agreement. We're not going to go on a nuclear war, because this is a discussion. You know what I mean? Sometimes we had some of the heated conversation. I miss Pastor Israel and Israel, Professor Israel itself. I know he's busy, and as well, both Israels are busy. But we need also to really put our discussion, a working discussion that we have, and update everybody. You agree, Tanzan? Tanzan is still here. Got Yodi too. Yodi is still came in.
Yeah, I think Tanzan should join. I think Tanzan should join the stream.
Yeah. So anyway, bless one another, love one another, care for one another. One Africa is always going to prevail, and our dream is going to come true. It will come true. As long as we have our mind and emotion on how we want to see it. Really, Africa's coming along already. Even on the AU platform is borderless. We're already talking about it. Forget about the borders. Yeah, we have a nation to run, but at the same time, it's going to benefit all of us. And we're going beyond borders. So there are quite a few leaders that are really motivated and trying to get this going forward, along with our wishes and our hope and our will of the people. One Africa. All right, this is a wrap. I just put a little prayer. As usual. This prayer is for the people that are suffering, people that are helpless, people that are ill, the people that are really need the roadmap as a human being created by Xavier, glorifying his name and talking about his name between me and you, Mondatezi, because if I pray by myself, it's one way he listens, but we pray together, he knows what we want, and he agrees with us. So this prayer is the healing of the world. It's not just an African issue. It's just humanity. Humanity needs to be healed. It has to be free of fear. I pray to the Lord. As He created us to be fearless. We put you in front of our issues because even the birds you created, they feed themselves, replicate, have home. And I'm pretty sure that we are special. Give us a soul, give us the ability to think and appreciate you and always put you up front. We glorify you. You create us victorious. Sometimes we slip. Sometimes we forget our birth. We forget our mission. As human being created through you, I pray you bring all the blessing. Bless us again. Forgive our sin. Sin is one. But glorify your name. And keep us safe. Those that are suffering, those that are ill, for the poor, even for the rich, I pray, my Lord, that our mind is clear. Our mind is clear to help one another as you created us, to help one another, to love one another, to respect one another. Respect your elderly, respect the woman that gives us birth. Your creation is so great, so beautiful. Sometimes it gets dark. Give us the light. We glorify you. We thank you. I'll call out for Marie Antoinette. We call out for the Sekateka, Kaku, Kuku, and as well for Mika. For all of you that requested a prayer, which I requested prayer for me, and you heard. And there's a lot of things that are working. I thank you, Xavier. We thank you for today and for tomorrow. We hope you will glorify you. In Jesus' name. Amen. All right, Mondatezi. That's a wrap.
Yeah, man. Good night, man, brother.
Good night. Good night, everybody. Love you all.